I just going down the line.
Okay. Excellent. All right. There we go. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs Mayor and Council. Today is September 13th, 2023. It's about 7:05 p.m. I call the meeting to order in person and virtually by the Zoom application. Madam Clerk, would you please read into the record the statement of compliance?
Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law, PR 1975, Chapter 231, setting forth the time, date, place, and purpose of this public meeting through a legal notice published in the record, posted on the Borough website and on the bulletin board.
Thank you for that. Would you please do a roll call?
Mayor Kranjak?
Here.
Member Valari? Here. Member Kutrubis?
Here.
Member Kim?
Here.
Council President Luciano?
Here.
Member Simon?
Here.
Member Di Gregorio?
Here.
Administrator Stern? And Attorney Marinello.
Here.
Yes, thank you. Would everyone please rise to salute the flag of our great nation? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to also offer a moment of silence for resident Peter Perino, who passed away last week. He was the father of Russell Perino, our chairman of the village department. Okay. Thank you. Also, want to thank the police department and the fire department for helping us organize the 9/11 commemoration on Monday. We appreciate everything they did for that day and that day 22 years ago. As we appreciate all law enforcement and fire department and EMT on that day and today as well. We also thank Claude Hubbard, Reverend Claude Hubbard, who's our neighbor, who's been so great to us to show up at all our observances and ceremonies, Memorial Day, 9/11, Veterans Day. I thank him that day, and I thank him publicly right now. If you get a chance to listen to Claude and his stories, he's a Naval Academy graduate, served in the Marine Corps, was in Lebanon, saw a lot of things that none of us should ever have to see, and he's a Reverend now. So we appreciate his service and his prayerful thoughts. Make a note of this also. September 17th is Constitution Day. This is the day that the Constitution of the United States of America was signed. We see some of our rights eroding from time to time, but it's a great document. We're a great country. We're all very fortunate to be here. No matter who's in leadership, whether or not you agree with them or not, we have the Constitution, and that's what keeps us together. And it's also Citizenship Day. Treasure your American citizenship. Other people would love to have it. And since we do have it, we should never let anyone erode it. And unfortunately, I feel some of that is getting eroded. But again, it doesn't matter who the leaders are. You have your citizenship, you have your country, you have the Constitution, treasure them. And make sure you tell your children and grandchildren the same thing. At this time, I'm very honored to get to number 5 on our agenda. It's the NJSA COP accreditation certificate. I know we have someone here from the State Chiefs of Police. I welcome you and all the officers here to the microphone. Please introduce yourself, take your time. We'd love to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. It is indeed my honor here tonight to come and recognize Stenton for the 4th reaccreditation certificate. But to offer some context to that, so there's about 54% of all the agencies in the state of New Jersey that would be eligible for applying for accreditation that have made it 1 And then when you consider the one for the longevity of 3 more years, that's what a cycle takes. That's up to about 34%. When you consider those that went further, and that's makes they maintained it for a third time, that's up to 19%. In the case of the Englewood Cliff Police Department, they've done it 4 times, so they actually belong to a very exclusive group of less than 8% of the law enforcement agencies in the state of New Jersey that have made that commitment for that long period of time to adhere to best practices for at the state and national level. So I'm talking for a couple of minutes. I'd like to share with you the significance of the achievement. So the Englewood Cliff Police Department has once again maintained a commitment to adhering to best practices at the state and national level. In a highly regarded statewide law enforcement accreditation program. This program administered the New Jersey State Association of Chiefs of Police and the New Jersey Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission has helped to transparently demonstrate the professionalism and preparedness of state law enforcement agencies. The program is purposefully designed to enhance professionalism and transparency in the state public safety system. Now, during these uniquely challenging times and the threat to health and safety, encouraging law enforcement agencies to follow standardized practices and policies is potentially life-saving and cost-effective investment of time and resources. So accreditation gives an agency a preparedness plan and a verification of excellence. Accreditation status represents a significant professional achievement for all from the chief on down. In the case of the Englewood Cliff Police Department on March today, the following best practices has become part of the culture. It's weaved into what they do and how they deliver police services. Accreditation is a process, which is why I certainly think it's remarkable that they have actually maintained their commitment for so long. In the state of New Jersey, it involves demonstrated compliance with 112 standards, many of which require multiple proofs of compliance. So it's quite a rigorous process. I just want to mention, out of a report that is generated, after the 2 years when we come on site and we actually make sure that they actually show compliance to all those standards. And we interview staff, sometimes some of the members of the council that are available during that time. A report is generated that comes to me that eventually feeds its way up to the commissioners. I want to just paraphrase some of what I saw there that was impressive. Under the leadership of Chief William Henkelman, the Englewood Cliff Police Department demonstrates a high level of competence, leadership, and professionalism. The officers are highly trained in all facets of law enforcement, providing the residents with skill and capable response. Many in the police department have achieved maintained what they call EMT status. The Englewood Police Department has a great relationship with residents and they're very active in the schools and community. They are committed to providing professional law enforcement services and timely responses to emergencies for all their citizens. So it is the opinion of the assessment team that the Englewood, I get it right.
Yes.
Englewood Police Department is a highly professional and committed agency which exemplifies all of the things of law enforcement accreditation at the international level. So it's indeed my honor here tonight on behalf of the New Jersey State Association of Chiefs of Police, New Jersey Law Enforcement Commission, congratulate Chief William Henkel, Accreditation Managers Lieutenant Benjamin Toten, and Lieutenant Colin Ford, the members of the Englewood Police Department, the mayor, the council, and those citizens that they so proudly serve for having achieved the 4th accreditation, joining a very, very exclusive group of law enforcement agencies that have made that commitment to excellence in police. So it's one big for that.
Put them down.
No, I'm good with you. They're the stars, not us.
Congratulations.
That's what I
There.
said.
No. You're like in the background. Put them up.
There's the one that saying the microphone.
Ooh.
This
Okay, I just asked for some feedback on the, not that, okay.
Is it okay?
Yeah. let's
Oh.
move on.
No, I think it is.
Yeah,
Something.
but I thought it was.
Which one is it?
It was a little green. Okay, dear. You're fine.
I'm fine.
It's like a
I'm sure Melanie's fine too. Yeah, I have an email.
Thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks. Very much for your support.
Whoever thought we'd be here doing this? The way it started 8 years ago. Happy to see this happen. You know, this is incontrovertible. I've always supported law enforcement. Always. Now, unfortunately, we've had people on this council who wanted to defund the police years ago. Some of them are still here. Maybe they're rethinking it. I hope they are. I also noticed that in reading the national news, that the biggest people who wanted to defund the police spend the most money on private security. How about that? So, Chief, well done. Okay, thank you. Next up is probably our favorite topic of the year to us. The 2023 municipal budget adoption, which still hasn't been adopted. We're spending money without a budget, so let's get a budget.
Is it a motion now or?
Let's see.
We need to have a presentation.
I think after he speaks.
Sure.
Mr. Neville, is there air conditioning?
Don Mayor, reset it.
Okay. Would you like to,
Defer to Mr. Wilcox.
okay, you guys cut out $2 million from the legal line, right?
No.
Yeah, cut out $1 million.
No. I'm not here tonight to tell you what to do. That's not my role. My role is to tell you what the law is, and then to give you my professional opinion as to what I think you should do. I've worked in this town for 44 years. Hard to imagine, I was just 25.
Yeah. I think that's on the floor.
Thanks, Mayor. So I got some information on the way in tonight, that directly impact what we're talking about. And I, Mr. Marinello, you'd like to?
Well, we had a closed session.
Pardon me.
Passing the budget is not about any single one item, but around here, it's been focused on this question of legal. You have a presentation coming later tonight for the session from both the cases. And this area is going to advise us to really stick the amount of fines that the borough is in for on those two cases. And suffice it to say that she's been provided on one of them a consent order that is for 227. The reason I'm bringing it up is because I remember here when we had paid the fees to one of the firms that are for our both the things. Those fees have been paid out to the So I don't know what the ultimate number is going to be on, but I do say it's going to be $400,000 or $500,000 that is not being paid actually to lawyers who represent the borough, but to lawyers who brought cases against the borough. So I don't know whether that's standard in other towns, if that type of thing comes out of the legal. I know it is in the case here, so keep that in mind when you're listening to the rest of the presentation from Mr. Wilcox.
Can I mention a couple of fact points that you and the public need to be aware of? The case where the fines are being incurred, case named Vele. Vele is a woman who works for a firm where Atkins is a partner. Atkins represents Lizette Duffy. Okay.
That's true.
There's email communications between former clerk, current clerk. I have it here, Bill is involved. The whole thing is a sham. The whole thing is a sham. And what's a bigger sham is Judge Barrington. He's the one who told us, he's the judge who told us years ago, no, Mayor, you can't collect fees because your firm is representing you. Fine. I could live with that. But Atkins is representing his own employees. And Judge Barrington is okay with that. And none of you actually raised that. None of you raised that anywhere publicly, including Asbury. None of you raised that. Because you know why? Because you're all part of the same cabal.
Yeah,
You kind of just want to push money to each other, no matter what happens, right? That's what happened here. Atkins, who's probably not getting paid on the Duffy case, is getting paid on the Oprah case, where he's representing his own employees. And then he goes into court last week, and he starts saying things about me personally, right? Which none of you actually took the time to even tell me ahead of time. You could have, so could have Asbury, but she didn't. All right, so I took care of it myself. You're all failing. You're all failing the borough, and you're just running up the bill. The council should reject this
I
budget.
noticed you didn't mention the other thing, which was brought by Mrs. McMorrow, who is getting more money than Mrs. Belli is getting.
Well, you know what? That's wrong too. You're absolutely wrong. You're absolutely right. And the problem is that there's failure somewhere in the borough that we can't comply with a simple Oprah request without incurring legal fees and damages and penalties, right? There is something innately wrong. Now, if you look at this email chain, and these are public, they're all over these, I did. There's hundreds of pages of text between Lizette and Ms. Borchers about things, right? Confidential things regarding the borough, closed sessions. It's insane. What is going on? Don't we have a policy to stop this? But you're all just sitting there saying, oh, this is just the way it is in New Jersey. We are a corrupt state. This is the way it is. Just live with it. We are Hudson County magnified at this point. Okay? You have a senator who lives in town who says he sells $400,000 worth of gold bars. Nobody cares. Nobody. Where did you get the gold? Where did you get the gold? New Jersey is circling the drain because of people like you, because of people like Atkins. This is a mess. Okay? Fix it. And the council should challenge these people. Do not pay them a penny. Appeal. Go after Judge Barrington on appeal. Get a mandamus. But she has two systems of justice. One for Democrats and one for Republicans. These are Republicans. She doesn't act like she's got two systems of justice, is what I said. Ms. Duffy is getting her fees paid, but no one else. Ms. Valley is getting her fees paid. What is going on here? Right, it's terrible. And why can't the borough just comply with Oprah? It's the simplest thing in the world. Just hold on. Just satisfy the request. Satisfy the request. You know, and there's more tonight. So there's going to be a lot of musings from me tonight. And I see somebody here who address as well. So, yes, sir.
The other big thing that the mayor's also leaving out to sign for tomorrow is that the firm that the prior administration hired failed to turn over or do the work that put us in the position that we're at right now. That's why Asbury,
You're right. You're absolutely right. You're right.
having to clean up all of this mess that the firm before, first off, just blanketed denied Oprah's, and then failed to provide a reason, and then failed to provide it to our new attorney. So they had to do so much work and hire people to go through to satisfy what the court was looking for. That's really the largest part of the $1,000 a day fine that we're incurring.
Well, that was going on for 6 months. That's been going on for 6 months. Can't you people just figure out how to comply? 6 months. 6 months. It's ridiculous. And there's two firms that failed us, right? Because I actually turned over a thumb drive, which apparently wasn't produced properly. And then what happened last week, apparently there's a third reply from Belle's attorney that nobody told me about. I would have saved you all a bunch of trouble. I would have put another certification and said, hey, I gave Antonelli the thumb drive. Okay? Whatever he did with it, I can't control. It was for him to decide what was in Oprah. Okay?
Well, I would suggest that on the merits of those things, that those be discussed in closed session, because they are still an active litigation.
I know, because that's the other problem in Jersey. You don't want the public to know the nonsense that we have to go through. I've been going through it for 8 years.
I understand your point.
These are all public things, right? This is all public. This is all public. This is all public. I'm not a party to that, but my name is being thrown around Bergen County courthouses, and none of you ever pick up the phone and say, hey, Mayor, they're trashing you here.
I'm not the attorney on that. I haven't been the attorney on the case.
No, but you were there. You were there.
I was there.
Lunch was there. Asbury was there. Antonelli was there. But none of you did your job that day or the days before that, because none of you called me to say, hey, we have an issue here with Atkins. None of you. Instead, I know what you guys like to do. You like to hear me get trashed publicly. Well, you know what? Whenever I get trashed publicly, I come back a little harder, which is what you're seeing here tonight, okay?
That's fine.
All right. So this council rejects this budget as long as there's this kind of money in it. It's ridiculous.
Notwithstanding the conversation, so from the last meeting to this meeting, the borough received a letter from the Director of Local Government Services directing the council to adopt the budget by the 21st of September, which is next Thursday. Or anyone who doesn't vote to adopt the budget will be fined $25 a day, every day, personally, until the budget's adopted. And I will tell you, she's not fooling around.
So this is the same state of New Jersey that's forcing us to spend money on affordable housing where you can't actually put people, right? So this is the problem with New Jersey, right? They want to beat you up on one side and take away from you on the other side, okay? And all I want to do is for 8 years is get this council, get this government to change that bad policy, those bad laws, and everybody will just going along, rolling the laws together because they're all getting, there's something in it for everyone, right? You're here because you're a Democrat supporter, so they appoint you, right? When the Republicans are in control, you're not here.
I have
But this is the problem.
many Republican flying.
No, but in this town, right? So this is the problem with New Jersey. Everything is about politics, and no one cares about, I'm gonna curb myself here, nobody cares about the taxpayer. Everybody in New Jersey who pays real estate taxes is paying at least twice as much as they should be because of the inefficiency, and I won't point fingers at specific people, but the whole system is garbage the way it's been run, okay? And it's become Hudson County magnified, and we have to stop it.
I would disagree with you wholeheartedly, but I'm not here to have a debate on the structure of New Jersey governments, whether people are Democrats or Republicans. I happen to think I get hired by local governments and counties because I do good work. My firm has a good reputation, and I've been doing it
It's
for
auditing.
years.
I mean, you're just auditing the bad decisions that the council makes. Nobody's blaming you. You're just auditing the bad decisions, right? That's all you're doing. I mean, I passed the CPA, I know what it is. You're not making decisions for us.
That's not my role.
Right, you're looking historically what's
Just
happening.
like I opened up and said, I can't tell you what to
Right,
do.
exactly. So,
I can only give you the facts surrounding the situation.
right, you're just doing your job. It's fine. Right, so all I want to do is give you a better job to do with a better system where taxpayers don't get hosed, right? That's it.
I don't agree with you, but I don't want to get into it.
You think wait, you think your taxes in New Jersey are fair? Hold on, you think they're fair? You're not complaining?
No.
Because the last guy who said that to me, I said, well, where do you pay my taxes? So, will you pay my taxes?
No, I pay my own tax.
Presentation, I think it's important.
Are you,
No, I have a
Finish?
councilman at his hand.
Just finish your presentation, I don't want to interrupt.
So that's one issue with the state and potential fine for,
They're gonna find the council, 'cause I don't vote on budget.
no, you do. You do.
No, I don't.
If there's a 3-3 tie,
No.
then you're right.
Only for the introduction.
No. I have the statute ready.
So if you know why, 'cause for 8 years I've been told I don't vote on the budget.
Well,
Now all of a sudden,
no,
I can
Mayor.
vote on the budget.
Nobody ever asked me the question.
Well, I asked lawyers in the past, they didn't
Well-
know.
48:4-10. Final adoption shall be by resolution adopted by a majority of the full membership of the governing body. There's 7 members of the governing body, 6 council people and the mayor. this is one of the few things that the mayor is allowed to break.
So magically now I get put in the jackpot.
No, there's not magically,
Yeah,
I mean, it's the
no,
law.
but for years, right, you definitely, I've been told I can't vote, right? And this guy was picking her, but she's got a great memory, Mr. Marinello.
When I was here, there was never a 3-3 tie, man, for your position. 5-1 and 4-2. And
I was always told that I cannot vote.
I never had to
I
give you that advice, but never got to the 3-3 tie when I was here.
was told I can't spend money, but all right, okay, I will do it.
So again, the statute's clear. It's one of the only things a mayor can vote on. Again, 3-3 tie. If it's 3 and there's abstentions, then you don't get the vote. But there's 3 yeses and 3 nos.
In the past, we've had ties, we've had failure of the budget, we've gone to the, Department of Local Government Affairs, and it had to be worked out away from me.
Not in my,
Well, I don't believe that. You're for,
Never happened while I was.
well, no, what's the law? You're on,
Just wait, the
No,
law,
no.
I read the law says, vote on the governing body, that's the blue channel. Now, if you don't, you can abstain yourself, I suppose, if you don't want to vote on it, but up to you. Vote the bond.
yes. Like the way I'm
so now you're an attorney, you give legal advice, because last time I checked, you're not an attorney.
No, I'm
But
not
be
giving
careful
legal-
what you're doing.
I'm not giving legal.
Be careful, though. You just gave legal
Just
advice.
take it easy.
No, you just gave legal advice.
No, I,
Yeah, you did.
no, I didn't.
Get back in your lane.
Can we,
Okay, well, we'll figure it out when we find it.
But let me just have one more thing to say and then.
Yeah.
There's also another issue that came up late last week. The county's cutoff for the town having the ability.
Hold on a second. Ma'am, take a call somewhere else. This is ridiculous. Come on. Why are you taking phone calls in here? Then get up, go outside, deal with your emergency. Just get up, go outside. Get up and go outside and have your conversation. You're not the Queen of England. You're not the Queen of England, okay? So if you have call to make, get out.
Yes, yeah.
go?
So there's one other issue that came up from the county side, that yesterday was the cutoff to be able to levy added taxes for the added assessments for 2023. I believe Bob Layton, when the administrator told the county tax board chairman that the meeting was the 13th, he said, if everything, if budget gets adopted tonight and the county can strike a rate, then they'll be able to do that. But that puts $250,000 based on the assessor's estimate of additional revenue that would come to the town this year for added rates that we would not be able to levy for that. So again, I'm just trying to put all the facts out. So you introduced the budget, it was approved by the state. There's no municipal tax increase. In fact, there's a slight municipal tax issue. There's been a lot of conversation about the legal fee line and reducing the tax levy for 1 year and giving the tax. And again, I don't make decisions like that. That's why people get elected, to make decisions on behalf of the town. Professionally, reducing taxes is never a good idea if it's not sustainable, which means you're not cutting the workforce, you're not getting rid of what are annual expenses. I also just, as I was going through the agenda that Laura sent, you're going out to bid for your garbage contract. Buckle up. Anybody that's gone out to bid the last year and a half, the bids come in as one, and the price is up. And that's, if you talk to any of your,
What do you mean with the bids coming in?
Only
You get one bid.
bids on the contract.
and the price is double what you're paying now.
Mhm.
And again, that's just.
Well, this is Joe Biden's America. We have to pay double for everything, right?
So Kim, may I
Pay more, live worse.
last question?
Yes, sir.
How much are we paying now for and I think I know the figure, I've seen it, but, Shuaib, do you have the, just an estimate, or do you have?
Looking at 2 seconds. I have no idea.
So, look, we've always kept our taxes low or cut them.
585,000.
We've always kept our
Okay.
taxes low or cut them, and we've never cut services. That's still our goal. The problem is that the state makes it so unfair to everyone. Because the people who run the state have no clue. They never ran anything, right? They never paid payroll. They never did anything. These people, who are we kidding? We actually run businesses. We know how to do things. You run a business,
I'm not this back.
right? But this is like just magnified for the public and for everyone else. We are capable of running things. The state is the problem. But because they are so inept, inexperienced, corrupt, they are unable to do anything, right? And they force us to make up for their mistakes. Right?
May I make a motion?
Yeah, sure.
So I would like to make a motion, and I'll preface the motion. I'll preface the motion by saying, asking a question. We have a surplus, and I believe it is a very generous, good surplus, and it's a
Yes, you ended the year, with. Here.
2.2.
No, the total
2.4.
surplus is 4.1 million.
Ah,
Of that, you're using $2 million in the 23 proposed budget as revenue in order to get to a flat municipal tax for 23.
this is a record.
It is,
Yeah.
it is, but let me read, we just sold bonds in June,
I am aware.
and the municipality was rated by Moody's,
Mhm.
and they affirmed the town's AA2 rating, which is the third highest rating you can have, AAA, AA1, AA2.
It's better than what I inherited.
I think it was the same rating, but
So go
in
continue.
any event, in any one in their narrative, and this is important, because in their narrative they say, in order to upgrade the bond rating, which is AA1 from AA2, which enhances, if you pay less, AAA pays the least interest rate,
Mhm.
the lowest. AA1, the next lowest, AA2, the third lowest. In order to get an upgrade in your bond rate, you need to continue to increase fund balance. Okay. The biggest driver to be downgraded would be a reduction in fund balance, what they call a draw.
Mhm.
So yes, the town's in good financial shape at this present moment.
Right.
We just heard from Mr. Marinello what you're going to talk about in closed session,
Right.
which pretty much evaporates what was some people thought was an extra $500,000 perhaps in the legal line, although this is annual Eclipse, it's only September, who knows who's going to sue who between now and December.
We have a few months.
Right. And my view is that if you're able to deliver no tax increase at a local level, the school budget went up $300,000.
Mhm.
There's $130 increase to the average homeowner from the school. We haven't gotten our tax rate, so we don't know, but I will tell you, the county taxes went up from 22 to 23.
Mhm.
How it's allocated for the 70 pounds by the tax board is a convoluted formula, but it's all based on ratables, and we do pretty good with ratables.
And that's precisely why I would like to introduce this, what I'm going to introduce. I think it's on average, $12 tax cut.
Reasonably so.
And what I'd like to suggest and introduce on behalf of the residents, and not only the residents, to foster more corporate interest in our town through low taxes, and to keep those buildings filled, to introduce a $500,000 tax cut, which represents on the average house, $200 according to our
You can't just
CFO.
introduce the cut, you have to either say where it's coming from or how the budget's gonna be balanced.
Well, I believe that we can take that very easily from the legal line at this point.
But
And-
you just heard the borough attorney
I
say
did.
there's $500,000. And I believe there's one where you have the judges,
Consent agreement.
consent
But Lou
agreement,
McMorro is gonna cost even more than the 220.
that has to be paid by October.
Yeah, but I think really what we should do is take it as Mr. Gregorio offered, and then have the lawyers who failed to defend the town kick in, right? They're all insured. Especially we have to pay them their fees, plus have to pay for their incompetence or ineptitude or
Since-
whatever.
Since we're in such good shape and since there are plenty of other budget lines that can tighten it up a little bit and there's always a surplus, I think it's prudent for looking at the long-term health of the community to keep our corporate mile occupied. It's worth probably even more in PR that Englewood Cliffs has cut their budget. An average of 200 for the average homeowner could be up to 600 for the $3 million houses or more. So I think, and I'm going to propose this resolution that we cut and I am praying that we'll get some support. I think it's the right thing to do for the community. Also knowing that not everyone in town is a millionaire or a billionaire. There are people that are hurting in town. So I think it's incumbent on us to return some of the money to our hardworking taxpayers and also make it even more attractive to have a corporate headquarters or a startup locate here instead of New York City, because we're keeping things under control.
Silicon Crest,
Exactly.
right. And
Something like that. Something like that, although we're made out of something different. So am I correct in my protocol in introducing?
Hoping to make that a-
Well, could be too. We got to dig.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can I just ask the auditor one question before the motion, David?
Sure. I think
We have to adopt the budget as is according to the letter that I read. Does the budget tonight has to be adopted as is, and then we can amend it?
You can't, once it's adopted, you can't amend it. The issue, part of this issue is if you amend it tonight, number one, you don't have a resolution to amend it. You have to have a formal resolution. That proposal changes the legal line by greater than 10%. So under the statute, there has to be an advertisement of the amendment and a public hearing on the amendment before you can adopt the budget. And it has to go down to the state and be approved by the state.
So procedurally, we're at the point where the budget's been introduced, it hasn't been adopted. We haven't amended it, we haven't changed it from the original rejection.
Correct.
And so tonight is public hearing, approval or disapproval.
No, tonight there's no public hearing. It's a carryover of the resolution to adopt that previously
So
failed.
this is different. And how does that fine work? Anyone who votes no gets fined?
Anybody that obstructs the adoption will be fined $25 a day.
And so Governor Murphy is going to be $25 a day too, because he's
That's on,
obstructed the
that's on the
entire
governing
state of New
Englewood
Jersey.
Cliffs.
So, if they're gonna find us personally, why do they need our vote? I don't understand.
Yeah, it's just a
Well,
fiction.
eventually what would happen is if you don't adopt the budget, the state will come in and they'll set the budget at whatever they want to set the budget.
Right, the
I've
government,
only seen it happen once.
okay, so look,
In Hoboken.
So what do we need a council for?
the reality is that there is no government, right?
By statute, the budget was supposed to be adopted.
The reality is that bureaucrats who run the state of New Jersey let us come up here every month, volunteer our time, work our, back, well. But ultimately, they make the decisions for you. Look at affordable housing. look at your taxes.
Logistically, can we do this?
But let me just
With a
interject.
special
They're not
meeting?
making the decision for you.
Right,
They're gonna make the decision because you didn't make a decision.
They
Right.
will make a
It's-
decision, because
So-
we did not
so-
make a decision,
The
so they're gonna
statute
punish
says
us
what you're supposed
for
to
not
introduce
making a
and adopted by
decision, so
law.
they take away
Right.
my right
So-
for American citizens
So the-
to
my,
have
my,
my own opinion.
sorry, Maria. Logistically,
Yeah.
do we can, what is the date that we have to?
Next Thursday.
Okay, so can we reintroduce the budget and have a special meeting and get this done with a $500,000 tax cut?
According to the director's letter, you don't have enough time because
No, that's not the case. I spoke to her.
you spoke to Jackie Clark.
I spoke to Tina.
Okay, so I'm going to hold with that proposal and offer it to the council to approve on behalf of the businesses, the welfare, and the residents of Englewood Cliffs. $500,000 off the legal line, and that's my proposal.
But by the way, this thing failed twice.
Sorry, but
And-
you talked to all of us? I was just talking to myself, I'm sorry.
Okay, this failed twice. Mr. Marinello, there was a tie twice, right? Yeah, or it was a 4-2
I
or?
don't think it was tied, but it's not 4, it was either 3-3.
We're doing abstentions.
So it was abstentions.
All right, and I always said I can't vote, so you can check that,
You didn't have a 3-3 tie.
but now I can vote.
Well, I mean, look, you can always reject the budget again tonight. And then do what David is suggesting, which is to put forth a new budget with the $500,000.
Why don't we just come back next month on the amendment, we can't do that. Right, the DCA, can we just come back on the first?
No, nobody here can tell you exactly what the DCA is. So you're gonna have to figure it out when you get another letter. But
Can they just make it up as they go along?
maybe.
So,
No,
so
but I
can we
think
just come
that's
back after, like, a month, and amend it?
But I don't know.
Can we just amend it in a month?
That's what I looked for.
Yeah.
And we're getting so,
No, that's not only budget.
That's the way we work it, so.
we're getting off track.
Welcome along.
So the directive is to adopt the budget by September 21st. I can't tell you if you were to be successful in amending the budget. That amendment has to go to the state. Would the state back off on the 21st and give you till the 28th for a special meeting in order to do the resolution, advertise it, have the requisite 3 days from advertising to the public hearing? I would hope that they would back off if you take some action.
Good, okay,
I would
so
hope. I can't guarantee it because I'm not the director of the.
if I have to pay a few dollars out of my own pocket, I'll use it from the stipend that I get from the borough. I'll be glad to put that forward.
But the last thing I'll say is that my professional opinion is I never believe in cutting taxes. That's just my professional opinion.
Okay, well, thank you for your
No,
professional.
and
opinion.
I told you in the beginning, I'm not going to tell you what to do.
Why is
That's not my
that?
role.
Why wouldn't you cut taxes?
Because if you're not markedly cutting spending on the other side, you're going to end up doubling up at something. It's just, I've seen
But
it.
doesn't just indicate that we collected too much in the past? You know, when people are breaking out, I mean, we're $4 million of excess.
If you want to be a fiscally healthy municipality, and remember, 2 million of that 4 million is in this budget as revenue. Now, Schwab has done a projection that we should be able to regenerate the 2 million we're using for next year.
We're healthy. What's not healthy is the state of New Jersey.
Well, we're not here to talk about
No, but we're part of it. We're part
I
of it.
wanna-
You just said, as our auditor, you're telling us that cutting taxes is bad, so you should really rethink your role, because I always think cutting taxes is good. That's what I ran on.
it.
That's
Not
what
if you
I
don't
ran
cut
on.
spending.
So we cut spending, we would cut spending, and people just started doing their job. I don't know where you go on
Cut
litigation.
spending before you reduce the tax.
No, we should be cutting our spending.
We should, but we didn't.
But it's, the way it works is, we have to make sure that Jeff Serenian gets paid, Al Wunsch gets paid, Marinello gets paid, Irene gets paid. It kind of gets silly after a while, and no one solves any problems here.
Well, everybody else got paid when prior administrations also.
Well,
Anne
Not
Marie
the Rizzuto got, not the
Anne Marie Rizzuto got paid and put us in a $500,000 hole.
That's Serenian, who's basically like. thrown us out. Yeah,
You know,
and I fired him, and I fired him, because we don't, they say, listen, just go with, let's move forward. You can never hire anyone you can't fire.
Just think of the public relations. You put a press release out. Englewood Cliffs cuts taxes by $500,000. What other borough has cut taxes that
We
much?
did that last, they're not gonna write that. But you
Okay, well, that's fine.
the Bergen Record will not write that, because the Republican never.
Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna repeat another like.
So in reality, the $200,000 for home equates to $16 a month. I mean, what I think our order is telling, and just what we've learned tonight, $500,000 exposure just on Oprah. That's not included in the budget where Shuaib said we were underspending by 700, where David's now, Councilman Di Gregorio saying we should cut it out. And the problem with, as we've been advised, it's not sustainable. Our expenses have gone up. We haven't done anything to sustain the reduction. We're gonna give the average homeowner not even a half a tank of gas a month. My bill went from $2,200 to $2,700. You think I'm concerned about $16 a month for next year? When we say, oh, you know what? We got this amount of fine that didn't come in. We got this amount of issue that was open. We have hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax appeal. We got $1.5 million possibly in tax appeal on another property. And next year, so that $16 a month reduction this year now is going to equate to what? Because we're not planning properly for the future, possibly a $700 a month next year increase. So I think if we said, you know what, I'm making up numbers, Marty, it's not ridiculous, okay? So don't hold me to the numbers. I'm making it as an example that things will happen going forward that, you know what, we need to plan. We need a fire truck.
We do not need a fire truck.
It's going to be decertified this year. okay?
Councilman Luciano.
We have all different.
Councilman Luciano.
Please, you can respond.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Sorry to
There's a
interrupt.
lot of things that need to be done. We have so many legal issues with so many exposures. To me, it just seems we're making a big thing over 200, a public relations thing. Yeah, what's the public relations thing next year when everybody gets a tax increase because we didn't prepare properly for the future?
May I?
And that's all.
Yeah, Mr. Di Gregorio has the floor.
Okay, so I had a conversation on 9/11 with our chief, and I tried to explore
Fire chief?
the fire chief, what the ramifications would be. Is it legal? Are we legally bound to have a new fire truck? Well, he explained to me very nicely that we do not have to have a new fire truck. There are certain specifications that fire trucks have to have, but we can redo the cab, for instance, he said, at a few $100,000. We can do other things. So we do not have to have a new fire truck. And we should go through the exercise. I'm sorry. In where I work, my day job, we have a budget crisis now. So you become innovative. You figure out ways of doing things and you become more efficient. You get right on Oprah's and you satisfy them. You don't incur all of these things. You systematize things. You have efficiency in the administration building and you do without if you need to. So my opinion is tighten it up a little bit, tighten it up, just like a paragraph. If it's too wordy, it doesn't read well. You got to tighten up our administration. We have to tighten up our services, DPW, police, everyone, all across the board. And you know what? I think we're all going to be happier as a result. And the residents and the corporations. And we put a positive vibe out to the whole community, to the county, to the country.
If I can, if you remember last month, I had circulated a sheet of paper with 5 options that were available to us. So if the goal is to pass a tax decrease, and we're not concerned about where that decrease is coming from, you have flexibility in the use of surplus. So you can use more of the surplus if the goal is to pass a tax decrease. But that will not cut the legal services line, which means that you don't have to have a hearing on the amendment. You can pass the amendment tonight, introduce the amendment, and adopt the budget as amended. So is that something you want to entertain?
Are you suggesting that we'll reduce our surplus is okay going forward?
Right, we're already cutting into half of our surplus.
Correct.
Keep that tax rate flat, correct? So maybe if we're lucky, if we again take out the remaining surplus, we'll be able to keep actual back. But.
No, it's not advisable because you already. There you go. You could have adopted the budget.
Right.
It's one of the options.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can't.
But it's not a bond.
It's just a matter of.
You know, the end always let us know.
Sorry, I gotta take the recommendation of our two financial experts.
And just to go back on the options that were circulated last month, one of the options was, and in fact, I think you did bring up a motion to amend the budget, decreasing the legal services, because at the time I had done the resolution, it was on the agenda, but that amendment didn't go through.
I'm
Just
sorry,
like the adoption didn't go through.
it's a shame,
So,
yeah.
you know,
Well, I make a motion to accept the budget as presented, 23 budget.
I have a motion on the floor.
Is there a second, Mr. David Gardner?
I'll second it.
All right, is there a second? You want to discuss it further, or you want to?
I have a quick question. Because the county tax rates are going up, and I guess there's also the school board, that's gonna be added. If the rises in the county tax and the school board, are greater than the tax that,
Still be taxed.
they'll still get taxed on the tax.
But
We
let's,
should cut the
It'll be
budget more.
non-noticeable by any resident.
Oh, that's just because the county spends money.
Well, these
But what you-
taxes, you talk about people
They
that
hire every.
It goes up to- it goes to buy.
If I show-
No, but as the county, the state, they hire every consultant available just to take money back to the supporters. It's silly, the taxpayers are paying for nonsense. Look at the consultants, if you ever want to see what people with terrible college majors end up doing, look at the consultants at the state of New Jersey.
Councilman Kim,
Found it right.
if I could, just 1 second, respond to Councilman Kim. You've got the act increase, which we have absolutely no control over the school budget. The state does have some things, they have bank cap, they have different techniques of getting around the cap that they have, which is, 2%, 2%. So,
Just like your cap.
Exactly. so what's gonna happen is the measly $12 that we kick in on average is gonna be wiped out, and everyone in town is going to get a substantial, well, tax increase. What did you say? There was something else that was increasing. It was just
Well, the school went up and
And
the
what else?
county will go up.
And the county. So county can, and I don't want to put you on the spot, more or less per household, how much do we pay per household, an average household? It's hard, right, to ascertain. Well, how many, what's the figure that we pay in taxes to the county?
So for 22, county taxes were 8.1 million and 335,000 for state. We don't know what's gonna be for 23. It's $3,192.56 is what we paid for the average house.
Okay, so look, I like challenging you, Mr. Wilcox. Surely that was challenging you. I agree with you though, that unless you cut spending, cutting the budget doesn't make sense. So the council needs to actually fire a few professionals to balance it out, right? I mean, otherwise, what are you doing? Right? You need to terminate some of these professionals. And I've got 3 in mind right now. Otherwise, you're gonna have to spend that money anyway, and you're gonna blow up your budget by the end of the year. You're gonna have a budget.
You're gonna have to hire replacement professionals, and you're not going to be guaranteed,
Honestly,
what they're gonna come up with.
you could hire a first year attorney.
So it's
I think Laurie Geiger knows
it's a
that.
prep.
They're probably more qualified.
Councilman
I
DeGoria,
don't need to retire. Okay.
Councilman, so
Yes,
this,
I'm
you want a $500,000 decrease in the budget so that you can offer the residents of the town a decrease in their taxes on average of $200. Does it matter to you where the $500,000 comes out of?
I would like it to come out of legal, but it probably
Are
could,
are you married to that?
it could come from different places, yeah.
But would you accept if it came out of surplus I'm just asking, I'm trying to get an idea of
Can,
what to
if,
compromise on.
if it does come from surplus, if I can ask a question, then do we have flexibility with the legal budget? In other words, I don't think we're ever going to, so if you leave it in the legal budget and you take it from surplus, really kind of works. I mean, it's all one pot, really, when you look at it.
So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah,
what
well,
the-
I'm listening, and I'm listening.
If at the end of the year, you still have unexpended balances
You can
about
move it.
$500,000, you can do a cancellation by resolution, where you have to into surplus that, it goes back into surplus. It just streamlines the process of adoption, so you're not doing the amendment, the hearing on the amendment, and then the adoption of the amended budget.
I think the bottom line is that
And that was one of the options we also discussed last month.
okay, so look, I am very concerned about our expenditures. However, if, I might be open to that. So is there more discussion?
Well, no, I'm just asking, are you amenable to that as part of your proposal? Does it matter to you where the $500,000 comes from? Are you locked into it has to come out of legal?
Well,
Because at the end of the day, if we have it, we can move it back to surplus. Or can it come from
Okay.
surplus and leave it where it is? Because my guess is we're gonna go through it in legal. That's just my opinion.
I hope not.
Well, that
But you know
may be
what?
the hope, but
We
we
might
don't
hope,
know
but you
that.
know what, when the court orders,
Well, I think
your hope is out the window.
We should restructure our legal representation to make sure that.
Yeah, that'll make
We've
sense.
done it.
Mayor, man,
It's not a
The
cut.
court orders will go away if we change legal representation.
Yeah.
all right, we're gonna
Okay.
one question for our.
All right, I've got,
There's a motion and a
Well, okay,
second.
Mr. Kim has the floor. We're in discussion.
Thank you. If we use our surplus further than this year's budget, as currently allocated, will that affect our bonding or what our?
Again, it could in the future if we generate $2.5 million this year.
And then another quick question is, in the event that our bond rating does get low, how does that affect our ability, or in the end, when we issue bonds to finance projects in the future?
It doesn't inhibit the availability of the bond market. It affects the interest rate.
Interest rates, okay, so if our credit rate goes down, in the end, when we issue bonds to finance projects, you're gonna pay more in interest.
That's the economic reality.
Okay.
Right.
My concern is that if we don't pass it and we lose that added assessment that the county will take away from us, that's $250,000 right there in revenue that we will not collect. So my concern is to try to pass this budget to reach some kind of consensus so that we don't delay this process any further. And that's why I made the recommendation to, if it doesn't have to, well, you had made that at the last meeting. So I'm just resubmitting it or speaking about it again. Just if you're not married into the legal line and we can take it out of surplus, are you agreeable to that?
Can we split the difference and do 250 from each?
No, because it's still 10%, and you still have to have an advertisement in another public
Or
hearing.
do 9%. Take it out, yeah.
Is there any way that we can reduce?
Fine. I'm not talking to
We
anyone.
could do like 9% and we could do capital.
Okay, well, is that?
Again, the simplest way is what Sway suggested. Would be the surplus, because then you could, like,
Okay,
vote, amend the budget,
so
and then
this,
adopt the budget.
so we will then amend the budget. The residents and corporations will receive the due cut from our area, which will probably figure into a smaller cut because the school has raised theirs and the county. So I think I would be amenable to that. And if it will mean streamlining it and passing it, I would say let's do it. And
500 from surplus,
yes.
500 reduced tax.
However, if, and I very much hope there's going to be leftover in legal, that can go then. get
Well, that's
kicked
where
into
it started.
Okay, I think that's reasonable.
The CFO will keep a keen eye on the balances and.
And so will I.
And hopefully
So,
come before the council in December with a resolution to cancel current year appropriations.
Right.
To help make up some or all of that happening.
Okay. So,
have something to say. No, I'm not. Okay, are you gonna amend your, resolution, David?
I will amend my resolution to to reduce the taxes by $500,000 and we take it from the surplus, correct?
Reduce the taxes, increase the surplus.
Reduce the taxes, decrease the surplus.
Increase the taxes.
Yeah.
Decrease.
No, decrease the tax and
No,
decrease,
increase the use of surplus.
Yeah,
right.
So you're gonna reduce the surplus from 1 million down to 1 million.
Is everyone good with that?
So I want to understand what we're voting on first. Because now you're gonna be reducing the surplus to 1.6.
I can read the amendment to the record if that helps.
why
I
don't you
just want
do
to know what
that?
the bottom line is on the surplus.
No, well, you're taking more out of surplus to reduce the tax levy by $500,000. The goal is to hopefully cancel some appropriations in December to offset some or all of that 500,000, depending on where you end up with legal fees and some other appropriations.
Well, that's the
All we do
goal.
is furlough the lawyers for 3 months.
That's the goal, but what you're saying is originally is that the goal is, but we anticipated we may be able to recoup the 2 whatever million in surplus. Now we're saying, we're hoping, and we may be able to recoup now 2.6 million in surplus. We're not even sure we're gonna recoup the 2.1 million. Now all of a sudden you're saying we might have to, we're gonna magically have the ability to recoup 2.6 million when we know expenses, legal fees, Oprah cases are just going up and up and up and up and up, and we're being threatened again with additional $1,000 a day fine. So you guys, I don't understand what you're thinking and how you're gonna go forward fiscally responsible, but
But the fines are a result of failure to comply. There's
it
no reason
doesn't
to
matter,
say-
whatever, we didn't comply because the attorney that you hired, that we're paying $500,000 to just get back to where we should be today. We don't have any big
Like I said,
cases from this year. This year, no Oprah cases. All our Oprah cases, McMorrow, Eastwood, Duffy, all cases from before.
Right.
Duffy said it.
What do you think? You're right.
All this is from years before. Nothing to do
The
with
council
this
needs
year.
to basically sue those law firms.
But that's a discussion for another day.
They owe us money. They made
I'm
a
not
mess.
saying no,
Sure, you should do it.
but I'm just
And we took $1
asking,
million from
we
Cal
being
Waller, that's fine.
You can try to, you know, you want. They did their job.
are we being responsible if we take
It's on
the
now.
$500,000?
I think it could start.
Really, you just
You
know.
stepping off made it.
Something else that might be, she said it's just as long as it's side expenses.
To move outside. They want to go outside?
What we do in building,
To go to the fire station.
are we being responsible if we take the 500,000 out of surplus? Are we okay? I'm just concerned that we're gonna lose that at the end of the assessment.
There is no fixed percentage or amount that, that we have a policy on. I mean, at times I've seen towns use more than 50%. Historically, your surplus was, in the borough was in the $2 million range. We are fortunate that it's in the $4 million range, so, it does give you some flexibility. And, when we looked at the budget, when we were introducing, we were comfortable that we will be able to regenerate $2 million. And there are other means of.
You're comfortable that we,
I mean, as long as it doesn't become a trend and we
I'm
are.
not holding your feet to the fire, I just wanna have an idea that we're on
Well,
solid
the
ground.
information that we have $250,000 in added assessments coming in
Right,
to us.
that's right, that if we don't pass this, we will lose.
Right.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
But also your assessment, you revised your assessment. Your assessment to us was with the anticipation that the budget line had $700,000 extra in it, right? Now, we're talking about that budget line disappearing. disappearing, right? We're just going to find out we're getting $500,000 in additional expense on that line. Doesn't that reproject what your anticipated expenses are for the year?
Correct, yeah.
So that means that anticipated 700,000
Maybe not
that we
300,000.
possibly could have. So the 2.1 to 2.6 plus a loss of 700 that are going to supposed to go into surplus. You're talking now $3 million something that we need to do for surplus.
It's not-
It's bizarre, and I'm sorry, it just is unfathomable to me that we're talking about a reduction when we were just told that there's a potential exposure that we know of $500,000 from that line.
All right.
So, go ahead, let's move forward.
So, but I will make a suggestion. Do amend the budget and do a little bit this way, 199,000 set SIU, because we really should reduce legal, because we're not gonna spend it all. It's like $199,000 from legal, and then the rest from the balance, from surplus.
Don't get me wrong, David, I would love to take it out of legal entirely, which in the end, we might end up doing, because if you actually furlough or terminate these attorneys, and tell them not to bill for 3 months unless it's an emergency, you can make your 500,000
When
right now.
800 files a motion next week,
The next
that they're
day.
gonna want X amount of millions of dollars because of what took place and the attorneys.
That's just the Governor Murphy, let him
What
pay
we-
for it.
Yeah, oh, that's good.
Let him pay for it. He's the one who created the mess.
We'll send them a letter tomorrow. Maybe we could keep it.
So let's get, so motion on the floor to amend the motion, $199,000 from legal, we've taken a little of that, we take a little from surplus.
Can we do that?
I think that's doable,
You
yeah,
can, because as long as you not change the appropriation less than 10%.
Beautiful.
I just want to make sure.
done. Can we vote?
Yeah, so we had our discussion, I hope we're done, and now we could just have a roll call on the budget
Now we-
as amended.
Or affirmative.
And by the way, I was told that I could vote on the introduction, but not the approval of the budget.
No, it's under the statutes under the.
You guys could make it up as
Well,
well.
you can vote.
Vote.
You're an attorney, why don't you tell us?
Well, but I'm not in this for then.
Okay, well, you have to believe it or not, then, that's all.
Can I ask a question? What do we owe in legal right now, as of today?
Too much.
Why are we in the vote? I don't have a vote.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you know what, it's in the bill.
Whatever it is today, it's $500,000 more tomorrow.
Seven something. Wait, wasn't it 700 and something more?
That's what we looked at last, a few months ago, so I'll have to update.
There you go, just don't pay. Fine. These people have is a
So
little,
it's total
what positive results have any attorney done for us, right? None. None.
Okay, let's
What
vote.
would be the worst thing if you just laid off the attorneys for a week? And we owe them money.
And then what happens when they have to make up all the work that we said that they don't have to do?
The bill.
It's a little
It goes
higher
twice
for
as much
first
for
and
next week.
second-year attorneys to do better.
So,
I'm not here to protect the legal line, you guys can do whatever you want with that. But the legal budget line is just a budget item where you have collected a certain amount of money to pay lawyers in anticipation of what your expenses are going to be the next year. If they're more, that doesn't mean you don't have to pay them. And if they're less, you don't pay them anymore.
Right.
I don't, and I can speak, I think, for almost every municipal lawyer I know. Nobody I know bills a client based on what their budget item is. We bill you based on an hourly rate. That's what the contract is. So if you change your budget item, it's not going to change any of your legal expenses. It's just going to change where you're paying yourself.
All right.
So I mean, personally, that's why, David, I've never really cared about whether or not this 500,000 comes in or out of the budget. At the end of the day, it's just money, and the borough has certain obligations it has to pay its vendors, lawyers included.
Honestly,
And I would make-
honestly, you weren't recognized by the chair, but I'll let you speak because I was hoping you would just resign, but you didn't, so. okay.
so I'd like to add one more thing, if I may. If we want to drive up the legal fees, we will, we will have on email, we will have conversations that are not of benefit to the residents in the borough. Every one of those conversations, you look at the bill. I encourage everyone to look at every bill and every detail on every bill. I did. Let's be prudent on how we communicate. Let's not communicate BS or put people down. It's gonna cost us money. I would love to do an analysis on all the bills and total up how much money is on BS. So that's my suggestion. Let's all be
All
careful.
right, let's have a vote.
Okay, yes. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who seconded that motion?
Well, let's, Maria.
Maria seconded it. Okay.
So it's a vote on the budget as amended pursuant to this conversation.
First
from
you
the
have,
last
first you have to vote on the amendment itself,
Mhm.
then in a second vote. we'll talk about it.
So why don't we do this? I don't know if David can make it a restate the motion.
Okay, my motion is as follows. We are going to amend, and you can correct me as I go on. We are going to amend the budget. We're going to reduce the legal line by 199,000. And we are going to reduce take from the surplus, help me with the math, 301. Thank you. I would have failed that test, Mario. So 301,000 as, oh, he's helping me. So that's the proposal. You got it? Okay.
We need a second to that motion.
Maria, did you?
Well, did it one time.
No, you got a second.
You know what?
Yeah, okay, I'll second.
Okay, thank you,
All
Maria.
right, this supersedes the prior motion.
Correct.
Whoever roll call. please.
Member Valari?
I am so confused right now.
Will you just-
Well,
The second,
the second
Well,
motion,
give
the
me,
second
just
confused
no,
motion.
speak back to me,
That's,
okay?
you have to be efficient.
Yeah.
So,
So,
Mr. Larry, this is for the amendment
right,
to the
okay,
budget.
yeah,
To reduce by 500,000 from two parts of the budget, 199 and 301.
okay, yeah.
Member Petrudis?
Yes.
Member Kim?
No.
Council President Luciano?
No.
Member Simon?
Yes.
Member Di Gregorio?
Yes.
So now we vote on approving the budget as amended.
Correct.
Adopt the budget as amended.
Okay.
The motion?
Motion.
So moved by David, and we need a second.
Second. We need a second.
Oh.
I moved it.
So, we have, this is for adopt the budget? Okay. Right, so
Member Valari?
Yes,
Member Petrudis?
Yes.
Member Kim?
Yes.
Council President Luciano?
I abstain.
Member Simon?
Yes.
Member Di Gregorio?
Yes.
you have four, you got what you needed, everybody happy? Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to, furlough a couple of our attorneys for a couple of months. That makes sound sense to, reduce the, our expenses.
So furlough anybody not necessary.
Why don't we furlough Mr. Sorrell and Mr. Wunsch for a couple of months?
That's a great motion.
good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Good.
And they can always be called back if there's some sort of emergency.
We'll run back, just like the prior CFO will run back.
All right, so that's the motion, is there a second?
Yes, I'll second.
So furloughing Wunsch and Serenian, the motion, there's a second, any discussion?
Be prepared for fall.
Member Valari?
Yeah.
Member Petrudis?
I missed the discussion.
Are we going to discuss?
Yeah.
We're in the middle of a vote.
Okay,
Member Kim?
go ahead with the
No.
discussion. Okay.
Council President Luciano?
No.
Member Simon?
No,
Member Di Gregorio?
I'd like to state my reasons for a no. May I, or is it too?
No, go ahead.
If I can make the baseball analogy, I think that we're, based on many discussions, we're on the cusp of making progress and limiting. I vote no because I want to see the world hurt as least as possible. And I think that if we change the horse now, change the pitcher now, it's going to cost us more in the long run. And believe me,
that wasn't the vote, that was about the.
So those are fair comments, would you vote yes on one and not the other?
I will
I
vote
didn't know
no.
the question
I
answer
think
time in the middle of the vote.
that we need to have, consistency. And believe me, and I want you really to believe this, I have thought about this. I've been up at the middle of the night because I want to do right for the town. And I just feel at this point not to do it. And that's why my vote is a no. But I will continue to analyze all of the legal bills. I've been critical of some of the legal bills, of the language in some of the legal bills. And I just feel like we are all better than that. And we have to keep, bring things up to a higher level, the level of Englewood Cliffs. And that's it. And so I'm sorry if you're disappointed. I'm sorry if anyone is
That's
disappointed.
fair,
but
that's heartfelt, but do you figure it out once you actually bring this up or bring this down?
I don't want to answer any more questions. I just want to, I desperately want to do
How about
right.
we try 2 months without him, just to run? We don't need to.
I would just keep us aside.
Yeah, we don't need to.
Okay, listen, I don't want to discuss anymore. I don't want to.
Vote has been taken, you don't like it, let's do that, and someone else make a motion. Let's move forward.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a second? And then let's furlough Mr. Wunsch.
All right, is there a second?
Make a motion to table.
Second,
Motion to table? Roll call.
Member Valari?
No.
Member Katrubis?
No.
Member Kim?
Yes.
Councilor Luciano?
No.
Member Simon?
yes,
Member Di Gregorio?
Yes, the table.
Like I said, we need to cut expenses and cut the budget. Next up, Thorough Charity Project, we're still helping the Office of Concern Food Pantry. There's a lot of working for people in the area. Office of Concern, State Pursuing a Church, and then they take donations of non-perishable food items and money to help these people. There are 1,000 families registered that we're helping. Department reports, DPW. So now, other than the air conditioning, how are things going?
It's hot in here.
I think that's just we're all here to keep up the room.
We're like a petri dish right now.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of things. The B2B substation project, continues, we're both had set up in the market wages, no equipment. As the gas main works in north and south, and that they actually are making more progress than it did. What it did.
you can have microphones.
Oh, yeah.
I'll get.
You can just sit down at the table with the
If you
microphone.
lay your head on the table and start talking to it this way, it'll work pretty good.
Actually, maybe you want to do there.
Try what you want on the table.
In addition, to the PSEG working on the, recycling charging event, on 26, with, pretty successful, with the,
Yeah, thank you for taking care of that.
yeah, that was actually our new event. We scheduled that.
You freed up a lot of my garage space.
On the 26th was the event, we, well, it's about 64 vehicles for a total of 2,888 pounds. Pretty decent. Good, I took the rest along the way, I think you saw it, one time. And, our special schedule that runs right now every third week of the month will be added to our program. We tried this last year, we had a little more success with it. And we're going to, have it out almost daily during the subsequent questions, keeping it a little cleaner. With our quality contract, which is on the agenda tonight, on 2022 per yard of $11.95 has gone down to $10.45. So we put the amount of well. DNL paving has completed the co-op paving. We do have some striping to do, and I got something I have to get.
Are all the stop lines taken?
No, that's the striping. We're striping it up.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
I feel bad out there.
Yeah, right now. We
We are working on the initial equipment to be offshore, on 10 foot. What the VIN numbers on the lot list is ready. We have sent them pictures of the Roberta. Okay. That's the strong activity in the lot. Hurricane Lee, without sea, there's no pressure because Jersey, where it goes to I don't know, but strong like that.
We did a great job providing flooding yesterday. It worked out well.
The last thing we did is just the rec department with 5 cables that we, road closures, like chief, his officers, or follow car and security. I have no issue there. I think we can do so.
You know, I saw, after raises, but the residents were after. I saw that we brought in an outside company to fix up the children's park.
Yeah, we usually,
Right. So we did that in August. So the question is, why you can imagine what I heard. Didn't you guys do this in the spring rather than after summer was over?
I understand that. It's, you know, I'm a little bit of a worker bee, try to do as much as we can, we're all over short staff. And I have every intention of doing that work. With us there, yeah.
So if you find yourself in a situation where we're just not gonna get caught up, just
Right.
let us know and
Okay.
we'll bring the outside company.
Okay. I'm helpful.
We're gonna do it anyway.
May I ask a couple questions? So you mentioned, did you make arrangements for the outside company to come in?
I work with Uber.
So she made all the phone calls in the arrangement to bring the outside company in? Oh, she did, okay. Does that normally fall under?
Yeah.
I thought it would be the superintendent's, responsibility.
I work with the department head to get things taken care of.
Okay.
And if I can, you know, usually that's what I've been doing.
Several years ago, you mentioned to me, a couple of years ago, you mentioned to me more of an efficient way of collecting leaves in town and dropping them directly over in Presskill. And I think they recall that you told me that you were going to contact them and that would streamline it. You collect the leaves to go through. Are you doing that now?
Actually, they are all are using other municipalities like East and Spring Green for them.
Do you know the contact over there?
Presskill?
Whoever, with that Presskill, the yard right in back of Tenafly High School.
Are you vacuuming or speaking?
We're
Because that would afford a savings in labor. So I think that needs to be checked into. You recommended it several years ago.
Yeah.
I think we need to follow up on it. And if they say they're full, I think that the borough administrator or maybe one of the council people from Connections would help you out.
The type of thing that it would work with Hawthorne, as long as.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you mentioned it to me and I would imagine,
And at the time,
how are we doing with hires?
we're working, actually, our, labor union contract is up.
Mhm.
We're working on that, and part of the negotiations is that we start.
And who is doing the hiring?
We'll be doing the hiring. So far, we haven't had.
Doesn't that fall under
Well,
your,
I'll interview candidates.
Okay.
Ultimately, you guys hire.
okay, so why have we, and we asked you a couple of years ago, what's the maximum? I understand I understand that it's 30, you're starting at pittance, but I think we did communicate to you that you could start them at a little bit of a higher rate, and still be within the union rules. And that, I think the council would be, if you get a good worker, that we would be very much, in favor of that. So how many hires have taken place since we asked you?
We haven't had hired.
You have hired nobody for 2 years now?
Yeah.
That's, to me, I would think you need to hire people
Well,
because I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have received so many complaints about the condition of this town. So I am looking to do whatever it takes to get this town in shape.
Okay.
The tennis court, excuse me,
Do you have a candidate? Because there's no candidates applying.
the tennis court. Why and when were they used for storage? And why, I mean,
The old ones on Hudson Terrace?
yeah, the old tennis court.
It was years ago, so we had all our equipment and only auction vehicles.
So we really did the.
So, how many years ago?
25.
So So why haven't we continually auctioned off these vehicles and kept, I mean, we've got a junkyard basically there, and I've had complaints about that tennis court. I mean, it looks like a junkyard. There was washers there were dryers there. It's a blight on the neighborhood, on our corporate neighbors up there. Weekend drop off. There's been some chatter about the weekend drop off. So I would like to suggest that we also use it as a drop off for technology, because I hate to see technology going into the regular garbage, and it is, and I've seen it. But I think that you have the spot to accumulate things. Now, yeah, e-waste, correct. And do you
I'm
get?
gonna bring this to the microphone.
Do you get?
First thing we recycle.
Do you get?
I don't need it.
I do believe that you do get money for that. That is a valuable.
Not for the top.
Not right now.
Right now, there's no.
So what about copper and other things? You probably.
We get money for metal.
Okay, good. Well, that's good.
White goods and things like that.
Good. All right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grover, I remember, some of the patches on Hudson Terrace, just south of Connecticut, going northbound, need to be fixed.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, it's good at working.
Who stripes the streets? Is that your responsibility? Do we have a striping machine?
We do have a machine.
Are we allowed to, if a road has a danger, like the post office, across from the post office to Floyd? Well, if you call the county, and I actually have recently obtained the contacts to the county, if you call the county and say, gee, John, whatever his name is, we got a problem. Can we stripe that? Would they arrest you or? No, okay.
Not one of that, not one of the intersection. We've had that conversation.
I know it's not, but what I'm saying is, if we're gonna wait on the county, and you have an old person that wants to cross the road, and we don't have signs that say, stop with pedestrians, that I thought we were going to get them, that's going to be, that's a shame. That would be a shame. Oh, we should, okay.
The flashing sign, but.
The flashing sign. Yes,
Pretty good, actually.
I think that would make for safety.
Talk about that with Jason.
We talked about the park maintenance, the conditions that the parks have fallen into. I mean, I had people coming up to me and they said, I've seen better parks in the poorest sections of New York City. And I just feel like, I can't see why parks would get into that deteriorated condition. I was there for the 5K, and I started to see weeds growing on the baseball field. Now, are we going to leave the weeds there all winter? Or okay, so I mean, and plus, talking about the 5K, and I do believe Mr. Barbario did authorize all of the overtime that you wanted. And I saw a lot of workers up there. I was like, wow, that's really cool. Maybe they want to work and maybe they want to do some more work on different days. So that was a concern to me. I was like, wow, well, we have the workers. Let's offer them as much overtime. Mr. Barbario, in writing, did authorize that.
Can I weigh in on that? So,
Sure.
Respectfully, I'm superintendent of the park.
You are the superintendent.
Yeah, part of what I have to do is raise it down to protect the borough. And I firmly don't believe using overtime as a tool to get work done.
Well, I think the council would disagree with you, and it was authorized in writing. So I do believe that you have the full support. We want to empower you and enable you. That's, I believe, all of us want to do that up
They're
here.
not the budget.
No, it's not.
That's all right.
If someone is putting something out on the street, what is the procedure of?
Call the office and we'll
Okay.
put the board in.
Have you gotten communication from the police department in case they see something that someone's put out, or if they've seen a danger, a tree in front of a stop sign or things like that? I know that you had mentioned early on, Chief, that was going to be a good coordination. Has there been coordination between?
Yeah, I would believe everything, a tree or things are not a thing, but.
No, the stop sign is blocked, or whatever it might be. Okay, well, but the police are looking out for potential dangers that, yes? Okay, that's good, all right, because if you work together, I think you're gonna have a much more effective and safe town. You mentioned about the sweeper. I mean, I've never seen the sweeper out, and I'm right on Charlotte. I saw it about 7, 8 years ago.
I have.
So I'm glad that it's out. And I think proactively, I mean, just common sense, is that you're going to be cleaning up the streets. And that the catch basins will be less clogged, and it's gonna, help the Stevens in all of those things. Monitor with, the sanitary sewage. Do you ever call the department, the Bergen County Utilities Authority? Okay, so I would suggest that we get in a relationship with them. We've had heavy rains for the last few days. According to my conversation, and I have the contact there, the amount of money that we're paying, and I did learn from our borough administrator that he told me there are 2 places in town where we're measuring. I think that, she told me there are more than just 2 measuring for the sanitary sewage. And I think if measuring how much yeah, because we pay nearly $1 million a year to the Bergen County Utilities Authority. Meaning, and when it rains, it goes up. And he told me that there's some towns, when it rains, there's no increase whatsoever. So to be proactive, and that means it's sealed, that they have a good sanitary sewage. And he told me where the water leaks. It leaks into the manhole cover, down into the sanitary sewage. And I would bet Stevens got a good dose of clean rainwater going into sanitary sewage. That's a problem. So if we can coordinate with the Bergen County Utilities Authority and look at their flumes, they call them, measuring, you know what a flume is, right? So if we measure that and then we find out, oh, this flume is measured, it's gone way up, then we can send in Bernie with the cameras. We can find out where the leaks are, and we can cut down slowly, prudently, without spending a ton of money, the amount of money that we're paying them. We shouldn't pay for 1 drop of rainwater. We should be tight. So I would suggest that we be proactive in that. That's going to save money.
Isn't that why we're doing that with the CWR?
They're doing the video.
That was the whole presentation that the engineer gave us about the infiltration.
But I'm not talking, excuse me, I'm not talking about those types. I'm talking about, for instance, I was on Elm recently, and it was raining, and I saw effluent. What a great word that is. Spewing out of the sanitary sewer. And I was like, I said, that's really strange. So that's really a kind of a health risk also. So we got problems, and I think if we are logical and we are knowledgeable, we can coach our borough administrator. Next.
David, can I just
Sure.
ask a question? So when I inquired about the liners that are going to be put into the sewer line, and I said something about that when it rains, you get a lot of water. I don't remember who it was. It might have been Mr. Luciano. I don't know who it was that said, well, that's rainwater. And so now I'm understanding that rainwater gets into our storage.
At least you said, yes.
After a 2-hour presentation, we're just getting that now.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
You're
It's not necessary.
You're right. Have I said?
We've been hearing that for months, but the
No.
infiltration of the
What I
rainwater
heard for months is if we put the liners in, that will take care of the leakage.
Part of it.
But now we're talking about sewer water, and when I mentioned, we're talking about runoff from the rain, when I mentioned that, I believe it was you, Mr. Luciano, who had a good laugh and said, well, that's just plain water. It doesn't have anything to do with the sewer line. So,
So if I can just, I can ask one last question.
well, I'd like an answer to that.
I'm sorry.
I would like that. Bernie, can you give me an answer to that?
I'm sorry, the specific question is?
The specific question was, and I don't think this thing is worth it. The specific question
You're right.
was that at the, not the last meeting, maybe before then, I did ask about all this water, because we do get flooded in English Cliffs. I mean, it's unbelievable how many areas you have to go careful to make sure you don't get stuck. And my specific question was the rainwater and the sewer problem. And I believe I was told, and I'm going to listen to the tapes, I believe I was told that the sewer water does not, that the rainwater, the runoff, does not affect our sewer system.
Sanitary use, because dramatically, and it costs us a lot of money every year.
So the liners are actually, like I said before, just a Band-Aid.
No, that's.
Because it's still good.
They're really good for liners. What line is it? But you have to figure out where to put the liners. The only way to figure out where to put the liners is where it leaks.
Well, I understand that. I understand the cameras going in.
Okay, so thank you, Councilwoman. And I did get word recently that National Water Main, who is the contractor that will now have for both the CCTV video working of about a mile of conveyance piping, and also contract they also have for the smoke testing, which will be happening as soon as they execute their contract and get it through. That'll be scheduled soon. So it is correct that there is inflow and infiltration issues that we discovered during wet water flow. So talking to Ms. Stern here, and from what the councilman indicated, there was some question about surcharging of sanitary systems. So that would have to be investigated too. But we are getting into the work there. You mentioned lining, so there is a potential for pipelining of certain areas to help with that inflow and infiltration issue from those two items that we talked about with National Water Main. So that's going to be happening shortly. And you are correct. And I got some general information on the amount of rainwater, and we based upon some of the information I got from DPW, it appears that Monday night storm was over a 200-year storm because of that short duration, that the number of inches that came down. So those items are happening more and more frequently, and thankfully hearing Mark's report that Hurricane Lee is not going to be touching us, but when you get a storm over 3 inches of rain in an hour to 90 minutes, town is inundated.
I have one last question, and I would like to request a yes or a no answer. Simple. No names, no nothing. Were you ever directed to remove political sides?
No.
In the last 2 years?
Never.
You were never, ever directed by anyone on this dais to remove political signs from any property in town? Yes or no?
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I venture on or no?
You can do whatever you want. I just
Okay.
wanted a yes or a no.
Anything else? No? Okay. Mr. Melo, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Keep up the good work.
Mayor, I'm just wondering, did anyone find out who is throwing all those beer containers on State Road? I mean, every morning I drive past there and there is, I'm not talking about one or two.
Yeah, there's been a lot, but I write out that one, but but I must say though, that the property owners on the north side and south side of Sage have been very responsive. The minute I see something, I don't know what the DA at the time was, and they actually get out there and do it. There's a tree that is starting to leave some limbs onto the road last week. They cut it down. So, unfortunately, people throw stuff out, and that's a great road. I think you get a drink beer or throw it out the window, that's a great road to do it on, right? I mean, that's right there. It's terrible, right? And, we get somebody remote camera there or something. We have a camera, don't we? We have a license. them. All right, so, Chief, welcome and congratulations again. We appreciate everything that you're doing.
Thanks for having me again. I know Harry already left for the evening, but I want to thank him for taking time out of his busy schedule, directed from all the way up to South Brunswick, to be here tonight for that, thesis, presentation. As you mentioned, less than 8% of the departments in the entire state have these programs. Pretty remarkable stuff. I have to thank, Lieutenant, Cotton and Lieutenant Ford. They, to do the accreditation process and produce the fruits required. It's a lot of work, a lot of hours go into it, but they believe in the program as I do, and thank all of you for your continued support on our venture of getting accredited. They do a great job, and as does my entire staff, because it is a team effort. We can't be accredited unless all of our officers follow the policies and procedures that are in place. They are recognized as practices, so it's truly a team effort, and I thank all of them. As Superintendent Neville mentioned, the 5K this past Sunday went off without a hitch from a traffic and safety standpoint. Everybody did good work on Sunday. As you mentioned, the traffic details relating to the substation project and the PSEG high pressure gas main work is ongoing, as it will be for many, many more months, even potentially several years. I have proactively directed Sergeant Salagianis to keep in constant communication with our school and the director of bus service for any roads that are going to be impacted and compromised bus services. So pretty much weekly, Sergeant Salagianis is emailing the affected roads.
We can also mention for the residents is that you will have the best high pressure gas in your barbecue. And this is all done. It does make a difference. It does make a difference. So, something to look forward to. In the meantime, yes.
You may hear some complaints from the residents about school buses being redirected. Like I said, we are proactively relaying that information.
You just make sure that whatever metal plating is put down and take off. It's supposed to still go.
They can, I've already involved on that. Recently, we had a community event, we called Home with a Cop, that was held in August. It was a tremendous success. Now that we know that there's an appetite for that sort of a program, we'll do a little bit more to expand on that next year. But it was well attended, it was enjoyed by all. Check out our Facebook page for some photos from the day. And we'll be participating in Englewood Cliffs Day on the 6th. I've been able to secure a donation for the protein being served that night. That is the 6th. So myself and a couple of our officers will be there to participate in that event as well.
And that's at the school?
That is at Woody Field. Yeah. That's in coordination with the recreation department. Our two new hires are nearing the end of their field training officer program. They're both doing very well. One will finish this week and another will finish in about 2 weeks. He's a little bit behind due to vacations over the summer from our field training officer. Like I said, they're both doing great and they should be on their own shortly. If I may, that's all of my prepared remarks, but if I can respond to Councilman Di Gregorio's comment.
Sorry, I have to,
you asked about the coordinating with the DPW.
Yeah.
I have reported at past council meetings. We removed the stop sign and the stop bar on State Road. There was redundant stop signs, which were confusing. We coordinated on that. We coordinated on the stop ahead paintings in the roadway on Demarest. The yellow curbs were repainted on Johnson Avenue near Wallfield at our request. and also the, tree branch, approaching Lindcrest, was also cut back.
Good.
That was at our request, so to answer your question, yes, my officers are out there reporting hazards.
Great.
When they can.
Well,
And reporting it to the
that's all they can
and,
do.
and Mark is, attending to those, concerns, in a timely fashion.
Good.
Those are just a few examples
Good.
of things.
I'm glad to hear that. And, you know, the communication is so important on behalf of a better town. I've got you have a couple of questions, one or two questions.
Sure.
We discussed those portable speed boxes like Tenafly has, where we have a hotspot, we can put it up and you get data
Yep.
and those kind of things. Are those,
They are very costly. Generally at the end of my year, I don't have much left in my budget. To buy them, they're running about 3,700 a piece. The money has to come from somewhere, so if the council wants, I can order them tomorrow, if the council wants to give me the money for it. Unfortunately, like I said, again, this year, my budget will come down to the wire. I'm gonna spend nearly $50,000 on vehicle repairs this year because of the condition of my car fleet. I have cars in my fleet from '06.
would we,
Over 100,000 miles on them that haven't been replaced. We've only gotten 2 vehicles in the last 4 years. It's unsustainable, and I frankly, I
mean,
think it's waste of a lot of money on vehicle repairs, but we have what we have and we have to keep them running. So
I was, wanted to ask Shoaib, he's not here, that the fire department, the chief and deputy chief, received 2 brand new vehicles.
Mhm.
I actually wanted to find out what those vehicles are used for, and if nobody's here, are they used for personal use or who gases up? I'd like to find out more about what those are, and it's a shame because we probably could have used that money better for police cars than because those old vehicles seem to run perfectly fine and they could have used them for another couple of years.
yeah,
So-
I mean, and I'm not going to get into a thing with departments.
No, I don't want,
The difference between my department and several others, is we operate 24 hours a day. We
absolutely,
rack up a lot more miles.
sure.
Idling on all these traffic details, is a lot of wear and tear. Any mechanic will tell you the worst thing that you could do is idle a car.
Mhm.
And we're sitting there for hours a day. You know, they give them breaks, they turn them off, but on a 95-degree day, the officers need to cool off and you know, it's a lot of wear and tear on them. And like I said, it's a lot of
The
money.
mayor did make a suggestion, which I agree with, and I think we were interviewing, to maybe try at one point the Tesla or an electric vehicle, charge it up overnight. I'm sure they're not driving over 300 miles a day, 350 miles a day. It's worth it, and it would be something interesting, at some point to try.
The issue with that, they may be perfectly suitable for, say, a traffic detail. They wouldn't work on patrol. I'll tell you that, just from an equipment standpoint alone. The amount of gear that we carry, the weapons we carry, it would never fit in a car that size.
Okay, I mean,
Place
there,
that is $28,000, so.
Yeah, correct. And secondly, an EV on patrol would, until the range is expanded and the science is perfected, the last thing I would ever want is to use the vehicle in a pursuit, or I'll make up a scenario, a kidnapping victim or something like that, where in the middle of it, you're battered.
That'd be a great comedy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so, for traffic details where they're sitting there, it may be perfectly suitable, but.
Okay.
Wasn't there a while in New Jersey where you're not allowed to pursue?
There was.
Now you are, you understand, the rocket scientist John Trenton figured out.
You're right, Mayor, and it actually has had a tremendous impact on the, stolen cars. They have dramatically dropped.
Nothing that.
who is the responsible for ordering the stop pedestrian in the crosswalk, those signs that we discussed some months back?
Most signage, you're talking like the neon yellow metal signs?
No, I'm talking about those that you just place in the crosswalk. You see them. I have a picture of
Stand
them.
up plastic.
With the black base?
Yeah, yeah.
I have ordered them in the past.
Mark has ordered them, generally signs are through the DPW, but I have ordered them.
Okay, because there's cones galore around the school, up and down Charlotte. I don't know what kind of effect they have. I think there's several other places where I've seen pedestrians crossing, 9W or Sylvan, and also on Palisades, where that I know that it's a county road, but
That's the state highway.
the state highway.
Same thing.
State highway, and we have no control.
Well,
Yeah.
I've got the contacts, so hopefully we can reach out
And as far as the cones on Charlotte, that is a specific request from the school. They ask for the cones. They want the cones there so nobody can park. It creates better sight lines for people to make left and right because
Okay.
the cars
No, that's
are.
fine. Now, look, whatever
Yeah.
whatever makes it safer in that intersection. And I'm very pleased that, the, two, PSCNG, and I didn't mention this to Mr. Neville, I reached out to PSCNG, got the contact, and, I've seen students early in the morning standing there, late in the evening. Now there's two bright, nice lights there that they installed. He signed off on it, but it took a long time.
What is the location?
It's in front of the school. There's two that they installed, one in front of,
Yeah, PS will, upon request, PS
They will,
will install, streetlights.
streetlights.
It might take them
Fantastic,
a while, but
but they
they
do.
will.
And
When they fix it, I'll tell you how much it is a month. We put them up to nothing, that we pay for it, and do a new program.
okay, and I did share with the council and posted about,
I'll take what you just asked. I
Yeah,
really
go ahead.
would like to, I recall many years ago that for the vehicles that were given to the, fire department, that they are used also for personal use and even out of state.
Mhm.
So to answer your question, yeah, they're not just for the use of the purpose for the fire department, but they can be used to go on vacation if they want.
okay, that's very interesting. I find that very, very interesting.
Well,
I'd like to
I'm not-
bring up
I'm not
another
going
point.
to let you know. You take it to it and just- Okay.
I think that and I may be mistaken, this, the administrators can bring this clarity on that, but I think the fire trucks are not purchased by Borough Money Fire. Only through the federal government through COVID, am I mistaken?
No, but some of those vehicles there were grants that you did get. And there were 5 vehicles, there were 5 items that were purchased, some of them were me, if I remember. Some of them were the fire department, there were 5 items that I got in a list of them, and I could still get you a copy of that.
And we got a
But
pumper.
what I asked was certain money was coming from Shuaib,
Yeah, that was the ARPA. I got 100.
You're gonna do vehicles for fire department.
That's where, that's what the point that statement.
Some of the fire truck is equivalent, everything, you can apply for funds through fire grants and whatever, but.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, I was discussing the two vehicles, right? That's not the actual-
Sounds like you could have gotten more.
Not greedy, you need enough to get by.
You could have bought, can you buy the signs, the traffic, speed signs, the portable boxes that you can put on anywhere you want? Could you purchase them from the ARPA money, the 100,000?
I'm not sure if those were eligible purchases, but the money that was given is spent.
Oh, okay, well, okay.
The fire department, the fire chiefs are usually the first to respond to any call. They don't go to the firehouse, they go directly right to the fire emergency. They do the first assessment, and then now they're here, so the fire chief said David had a question about.
Behind me, gentlemen.
What your new vehicles are used for, so just listen to what I have to say, and you'll be more than welcome to speak. But whether it's your personal use or, what are they actually for, we could spend some money better than giving you two new fire, trucks. But, my understanding is being involved with the fire department and other municipalities as well as here, that the chiefs, once again, I'll repeat it for the gentleman who walked in, is that they don't go to the firehouse when there's a fire call. They go directly to the fire scene and they do the first assessment as to what needs to be called out, whether a second truck needs to, whether it's an actual fire. So they're the ones who need the fire truck with them at all times to do the first assessment there. That's my understanding as to why they have the vehicle, that's why they have their equipment in the vehicle, and that's why they've been provided with a new vehicle. And please, I mean, David, you could repeat, say your question to them, but that's my understanding is that they do the first assessment. If one's not there, we're fortunate to have two gentlemen that probably answer every call in town that go and make the first assessment and determine when we're short-staffed everywhere and volunteer, whether we need to have, the first truck out, or if we don't have enough people for a second truck, or they have to call the mutual aid to determine what needs to be done at the scene. So, I appreciate it.
Hold on a second. Those are very good points. And this goes back to something from earlier. I would love to just see $2 million of legal fees redirected to the police department and fire department for equipment, vehicles, and everything else. So just to put it into context, that's what you're paying legal fees for. You're not getting anything for it. You're still getting hammered. You're still losing every case. Right. Yourself, get rid of them. And actually, I'm an attorney, so I shouldn't even say something to worry about, but I am, because it's, what I see in terms of quality of legal work for the last 8 years, from both sides, it's garbage. So garbage. Nothing gets solved, and then at the end, they'll settle. It's silly. It's ridiculous. I'd rather see, more police cars, more hires, more fire department vehicles.
I will definitely disagree with our affordable housing and our legal professionals have done more in this year than we have moved forward in affordable. We can, and I expect it to be finished that, over the past 7-9 months, we've done more with settling issues with affordable housing that has been done in the last 6 years. So that's my own personal opinion.
Can I just respond to Mr. Luciano really quick? Yeah, I agree that they need their trucks to respond. However, if they're in Pennsylvania, I don't know how quickly they can respond. And this dates back a long time. Mayor Parisi pushed it through. A lot of the residents weren't happy, but I just want to clarify that because I think we forget what gets done in the past. And that's why having people in the audience that remember is that we pay the gas, we pay the insurance, we pay everything for those trucks. And so maybe the trucks should be in Englewood Cliffs.
But ma'am, you're saying this is from history ago. Do you have any knowledge of these two gentlemen being in Pennsylvania?
I have no knowledge of them.
There you go.
I think the former police chief had a blue dog over the choppy.
They have
drive anywhere in the United States with a car.
If they want,
It was like the Queen of England, right?
you gotta stay within Bergen County. How's that?
That wasn't choppy.
Why don't we call up the chief or the deputy chief and let him answer the question? When to take his dog, where to go.
Look, actually, I wanted to speak to the chief of police. I mean, we could speak to the chief of fire.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to keep.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
I So I know we spoke about this in the past, but people keep saying, I mean, look, it's law in New Jersey that cars should not have paint in their windows. You can understand, like on Johnson, Hutton Street, but like when you see these cars with tint, you know don't belong in your neighborhood, driving around chasing your property. I am a firm believer in the broken window theory. If you have any reason to check on things, check on them and fix the little things, and then you fix the big things. So I just feel like we are seeing, but we can't see who's in those vehicles, and it's not right. And I looked at the report, and I don't think there's been any ticketing done. And again, missed it. And I apologize. That's one point. And then the other point, look, under New Jersey law, NJSA 4850-5, I'm in charge of public safety when I can do a meeting. And I found out 2 months after an episode, when something happened in May County, and I didn't find out about it until July. A lot of employees at the borough knew about it, and nobody told me. And we had a meeting on May 10th. And then there was and I still didn't know about it. And I felt like I was let down, and I let down the council and the public because I'm in charge of their safety. And I'm reading the police report, and the caption is threat to kill terrorists. Borough Hall employee received a threat telephone call from a resident. And then it's the call with, I'm going to kill him. Okay, now, that's something that I want to know about. You know, and that person, I believe, showed up that night, and I didn't know. I went along with everything. Then when I found out about it, I said, let me call you the borough employee. And 3 out of 4 said, oh, there was nothing happening. One guy said, yes, something happened. And then I got my over on the police report, and I'm going to leave it out here for people to read, because you should know what's going on. And there's no reason for this, and the residents need to be respectful. We can't call with terroristic threats. So I felt let down, Chief. I really did. And, you know, the individual involved had been previously convicted of aggravated assault. He's got a record. Okay, and we've had issues in the past where he's come here and screamed at me and thrown a Bible at me one time. This is something I want to know about, and if I don't know about it, I'm going to bring my dog with me next time, because quite frankly, I mean, it's ridiculous that I wouldn't know about it. And then when you read this report, it contradicts everything everyone says. That, you know, it happened.
Right.
So that's all I'm going to say on it.
Yeah, so first of all, the call type that says, threat to kill or something, that is a generic, call type. That's not, free type, that's it's a drop-down menu. We select call types that are as close to what is reported to us as possible. So that is, when it's reported to the desk, which it was, a call is generated. And we did respond to Borough Hall. I know the incident you're referring to. We did an investigation. And as the chief of the department, and accredited the department, I would hope that you would put your trust in us that we conducted a thorough investigation. And we made an assessment of the threat. And we proceeded based on our assessment. And I'll assert respectfully that our assessment was correct, because nothing happened on that day, on that evening, and even 4 months later, nothing has happened.
Was I told about it?
No, you were not named specifically. If you read the supplement report, you were not named.
It doesn't have to be me. It could be anybody up here. It could be someone out there. You know, and quite frankly, under the law, when I have a meeting, I'm responsible for everyone's safety.
As are we.
Well, yeah.
And we were not called to the meeting that night for any sort of threat or disturbance. So again, I'll assert that.
I would not have let that person.
Our assessment based on our investigation was correct, based on our professional opinion and our investigation, our thorough investigation.
All right. I think this may be the only thing we disagree on in our relationship.
Yeah, in 4 years.
I just want to know that things are happening.
I forgot to say one.
Mayor,
Okay, no,
I want to assure you that we do take everything that comes into us seriously. And had there been something for us to act or react to following that call, we would have.
So nobody was killed when they went to the house.
Yeah, and there's a supplement.
Okay. I just think that it's a political actor, and I think politics invaded the police department, which I have spent 8 years trying to get rid of. And the person is here tonight, he's behaving.
Mayor, I think,
and I'm not
I think you know me well enough. In my first speech to the council, to you as the mayor, to my officers, to the citizens of the town, the night I got sworn in, I told them, and to this day, I repeat this, I don't want anything to do with politics. I'm not involved in politics. If I want to be involved in politics, I'll run for council in Rivervale where I live.
So in the drop down menu, you know what, I'm gonna stop.
I have one more thing to add. I was remiss, I wanted to congratulate you on the accomplishments that you did for your department, and thanks for keeping us all safe. much appreciated. And if there's any change left over, it'd be great to get those deeds signed.
I will look into it.
Okay.
And I will keep it in mind.
Yeah.
I'll look forward to a slight increase in our budget next year. It has been flat for 10 years, so.
Oh, that's
I
not
have
good.
a question, I'm sorry, if we need an extra $500,000 in surplus.
All right, I'll have questions, so please, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Take care, Chief.
Okay, since our fire chief and deputy chief are here, would you guys like to give us a report?
Were there specific questions that arose? I heard there was some confusion about the conversations and,
Well, if you like, may I ask you?
Feel free to come up. I mean, look, I think you guys do a great job, and we're very fortunate to have people volunteering to drop everything to save us from our own stupidity usually if we're burning down the kitchen. And so this is Valari had a question.
Here you might take your honeycombs.
okay.
You are so rude. You're so, I'm sorry. What you're referring to is that while Mayor Parisi was here, he changed the rules as far as where to take the vehicles, where you're allowed to take the vehicles. And at that time, there was a big uproar by the people because basically what Mayor Parisi said on the dais, and if we could find those tapes, he basically said they can go across state lines. And in my opinion, if we're paying for your truck, and you want to go across state line on vacation, it shouldn't be on the dime of the resident. And that's basically what it was. And I know they want to rile you up, to be angry at me, but I made a statement based on that time and what went on.
Okay.
Okay,
Is
so
there
I
an incident
understand.
you're referring to about the vehicle being?
Excuse me, there's
Okay.
no incident. What I'm saying is that if I am working in Englewood Cliffs and my job is to respond to Englewood Cliffs, and I want to go to Pennsylvania, New York State, wherever I want to go, that vehicle should stay in Englewood Cliffs. I shouldn't have the residents, let me rephrase that, the residents of this town with their tax dollars do not need to be paying for tolls, gas, insurance for somebody to take their vehicle on vacation. And that was an issue then. And I brought it up now just because Mr. Di Gregorio brought it up, that there were two vehicles that were purchased, and he wanted to know what the use of those vehicles really was for. That's it.
So I completely agree with you. Those vehicles are borough vehicles. They should be used 100% to respond to emergencies in town. I know myself and the assistant chief, we do not use the vehicles for personal use or vacation use out of state. We picked up those vehicles from Virginia, and we brought them back to New Jersey. We paid our own way, our own tolls. We didn't bill that back to the borough. I think most of the volunteers give more than they ever get compensated. So, you know, if you're asking about response, the department did respond on September 11th into New York City. I think those types of incidents require a response. We would never respond to Pennsylvania, and we would respond out of the county. We have responded recently out of the county.
I really want to clarify something for you right now because I feel like you're defending yourself, and that was not my intention.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, my intention was to respond to Mr. Di Gregorio about the vehicles and what they're used for, and that was done many years ago. Whereas people ask the question, well, if you're in wherever you are out of the state and there's a fire, you can respond to that fire. That was my only concern. I did not attack you. I have no issues with you guys. You responded to my crazy fire that I had on my deck. I believe it was Mr. Drummond that came. I don't remember if you were there, but I'm very happy about you guys. This was not an attack on you, and I don't want you to respond to me as if it's a personal attack on you.
No, I completely agree. The vehicles are incident command vehicles. Councilman Luciano said earlier, they are to set up command at Firestone. That's the way they were outfitted. You can't travel with them because they have oxygen in the back and it's all, it's outfitted. There's no space to put personal belongings. So, that's that.
The other issue that came up was, that there was something to do with Gloria, said he had a conversation with you, and that we don't need a fire truck.
I didn't say you don't need,
We had
I said there are
discussion about the need of a ladder truck and the recertification of it, I believe, after the end of this year, can't be certified anymore. If, maybe we can remind the council of what your request was and what the need was for.
Yeah, so the need is absolutely to replace the fire truck. It's 30 years old. It is at the end of its life. It needs, fire trucks can be refurbished. It will cost $1 million to refurbish that truck. Bring it up to NFPA standards, redoing the cab, redoing airbags, redoing the engine, the tower, the turntable, everything needs to be replaced. I wouldn't suggest it's a good idea to spend $1 million on a 30-year-old truck that maybe has a couple years life in it as is. The truth is, $2 million, the next truck will serve this community for another 30 years beyond all of our tenure here. And for the safety of the members and the safety of the town, that is our priority, to replace that ladder truck. I've mentioned the lead time on it. It's 33 months. Some vendors were quoting 36 months. Fort Lee just bought 2 trucks and they don't even have a lead time. So, it's pressing to get this done.
I'm glad Fort Lee got their truck. And I'm glad to know that if there is a bad, emergency here, that they certainly, I know you work together and that's good. But, knowing that there is an alternative and that a new truck can be delayed might be something we had, and I'm glad that I asked you, is it a law to have a new truck? Because as a councilman, I want to be extremely prudent, and I want to make sure that if we're going to get something, it is a must-have. And I'm very grateful to you for telling me that if you want to redo the cab, it's, I think you said a few $100,000. And I also asked about laws, and it seems to be that if we need to use this truck for the next few years, that we can. That's it's very,
We can use the truck.
Councilman, if I may clarify, just because this is sort of NFPA guidelines are just that, they're guidelines. And basically, you get yourself into trouble in terms of if there is an incident, a loss, an injury, in which lawyers could come and determine some sort of liability against the town, against the department for operating a vehicle that doesn't meet a recognized standard or organization like the NFPA to their guidelines. So, for example, our current ladder truck does not comply with modern safety standards. There are no airbags, there are no anti-lock brakes, there are no supplemental restraint systems that are integral. Even lighting packages that are on our truck are not compliant with modern safety standards. Because the truck exceeded its NFPA suggested lifetime of 30 years, the town is now in a potential situation where if there were an incident with the truck, there'd be a great deal of liability because you're operating a vehicle that doesn't necessarily meet safety standards.
but it's suggested, it's not.
Everything is, there's no NFPA police that they can come do that. But again, you're putting yourself at an unnecessary risk. You're putting our members at an unnecessary risk by operating a vehicle that doesn't meet proper safety standards.
This is a ladder truck.
Correct.
I said a fire truck, not a big.
Correct.
I'm hearing, we need a ladder truck.
We replaced the pumper 17, okay.
And I-
For the latter, what's the impact of, affordable housing, it's gonna be, taller than what we have here, kind of, is that part of the calculus for you guys?
No, it shouldn't be. There's some impact on the tightness of the streets and turning radius and parking and things like that, but the height.
But you mean the thing that the judge ignored us on,
Yeah, those are generally very challenging to deal with. But the height, the added call volume is probably gonna be significant with that number of units. So I would anticipate the volume of calls to the department to go up.
You guys did a great job before and half, but now you don't have those people be increasing our population significantly. How do you deal with that in the volunteer force?
I think we try to follow other towns, lead, Edgewater has had population booms and Edgewater, all towns in Bergen County are volunteer except for three. Neckpack is second England. Partial of Prestville, Bergenfield. But they try to operate within the same response time and same, in the same geography, but the call volumes go up significantly. So.
We only have one ladder truck, right? We don't have a backup ladder truck.
I understand you're a fire company and that you pay the borough the nominal fee to manage the firehouse. Is that correct?
So
$1 a year.
there's two pieces of the fire department. There's the operational fire department where there's the chiefs and line officers, and there's the fire company, which is its own entity. So they do the fundraising and the pancake breakfast and the fire awareness and the social, things with the town.
Are those finances for the fire company audited by the town?
Not by the town.
Okay, so they have your own audit.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you make the budget public?
The budget is, or all of our finances, because it's a 501c3, everything's reported to the IRS and it's public record.
Good. All right, that's great.
That's why
And-
we want it.
That's exactly.
No, and I had mentioned to you, Chief, that I had heard about, if they do tear down where the ambulance is, and I did hear subsequently some resistance in the fire department, and it just seems more important than ever that all of the safety entities, police department, fire department, and the ambulance corps work well together. And you have a great facility, and I hope they'll be welcome there because, as you said, we're going to have an increased population. And if they need to charge up, there's really no other place that I can think of that's centrally located. So I hope you're going to be open to that.
Could you speak in, or has it existed in town?
There is an ambulance that parks and charges up at.
Inglewood Hospital?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm
So I'm
hoping,
just clarifying,
exactly.
that ambulance for,
And
the
that-
ambulance for it's not existed. So
That I'm aware of, and I misspoke, and thank you for correcting me.
The hospital will be repositioned at 9, 10, and 20, on 9 bucks. Also, I think
That's my intention.
that makes sense.
That's what we're talking about.
We spoke about this.
I have heard nothing about that conversation.
And I think just one last thing, just going back to the command vehicle. Those two command vehicles were placed in 18 and 12-year-old vehicles respectively. As you know, these vehicles are driven hard because they're emergency responding vehicles, just like police cars and such. And, their lifespan is limited. So when we do get them, they tend to last. So like I said, we do have an 18-year-old one that was recently given back to the borough, produced for.
Your vehicles are red light vehicles, right? Not blue light.
Red light.
Exactly.
So those vehicles go to the company, or are they still in possession of the town?
They're registered.
To the town, okay.
They're owned by the town, but
What is the one we have now?
Which one of them?
So you guys paid,
I said, you just suggested that instead of auctioning that one, that we use it to traffic details. Yeah.
Great.
so you guys into the meeting, kind of jumped off. Is there anything that you want to ask us there?
No, just, we appreciate the continued support of the mayor and council. Any other one has supported us over the years and look forward to it.
We also moved our meeting, you're welcome, and we appreciate that. We also moved our meeting to the firehouse, and I could be up in the field now.
I'm actually very comfortable here for once.
Really?
Here?
If they have to tear down the so-called community center, which every once in a while has functions, with the fire department, since you have a beautiful room, I think with a fireplace even and a bar, would you be willing to, upon reservation, would you be willing to, I mean,
I don't think so.
Council.
I mean, I guess you have a choice. You couldn't refuse if we had to have a meeting there.
We've actually done that on request of
Great.
different organizations.
Just making sure, because sometimes we have to go up to the school, and if we had an alternative spot, a nicer spot in a big room, that might be a nice alternative. So I just wanted to make clarification that that room is open to, in case we need it for various functions. Yes?
So there's a lease on the building with the fire company,
Yes.
and the request would have to be made from the fire company. And then it would be voted on by the members, and then,
It would have to be voted on by the member?
yeah, everything is voted on by the membership.
So if we can't just say, gee, we need your space, approve it?
So, like I said, the fire company has a lease on the building.
I know.
The exempts of the fire department have a lease on the building.
Okay,
And, it goes before everything we do as a company is voted on with, how you operate.
Mhm.
And if there's a request to do something, utilize the building, we sometimes have stuff with the Boy Scouts. The police run training there because it's in a big room.
good.
And generally, it's true.
Councilman, just some history on this. The current location of the Englewood Senior Center, I think we actually have, where that building is, well, used to be.
Yeah.
The fire department owned the property and the building. It was owned by the fire company, not by the borough. And in the 70s, in exchange for building a new firehouse and having a lease, a 99-year lease for the property with the exempt association, the fire company gave that land to the borough for the building of the new senior center.
Okay,
So that's how that arrangement came to
I
pass.
see, I see. Okay. Fire company have a substantial enough that I can check. You said it's public, but can they kick in some money towards the new fire engine to offset the costs to the borough?
We got $2 million in cash one?
I mean, they did have a couple of different.
Well, I mean, I don't know how much money is there, so, but I'd like to know.
It's, there's some significant gap.
We'll look at the
Okay,
You can look up, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
Okay, I'm just asking questions, that's all, and I just want to, get my mind around it.
But, yeah, because they weren't born in the 70s, so you gotta have.
Yeah, as far as the question goes,
Yeah.
the fire truck, who would own the fire truck? The company or the borough? The borough.
Oh, we're giving money in, don't you?
Oh, I thought you meant in regular, yeah.
They asked if we could donate some money to the fire department. So who owns?
Well, I mean, you're doing the same thing, you're the borough,
But we're giving money too.
for what?
So what? Do you want to give me money? I say you don't have anything to do with it.
Here, guys.
If you're-
No.
I'm trying to answer the question.
Yeah.
Number two.
I was just gonna say, if and when we get the new truck, it's going to be borough finance, because it's the borough that has the financing ability.
I'm just asking questions, that's all.
I understand.
No, I mean, you said that you donated in the past, you donated a building.
We don't donate to the borough. We donate that building so we can get another building out of it.
Oh, okay, so that was a nice trade-off then. Okay.
That's it.
All right, very
We're not
good.
trading
I
anything
look-
for anything else.
I'm just,
I'm like your cost and fire truck.
my car's very old, so, you
I
know.
don't know if you want that.
Sorry for kids with that.
Tim, you gotta yell at them, like.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that last couple of years that I've had the opportunity to work with you two, you three actually, Ramon as well. I found you to be, people of integrity and, you know, I thank you for your service, volunteering your time, because I know it's not easy. Now, if we can possibly set up, this issue has come up before in terms of straightening out some of our processes. I went through it before with George with OEM and straighten out some of the issues there. If we could set something up where the gentlemen should not have to come out of pocket for expenses at all when it comes to anything. And we should set up something within Borough Hall, if it's even possible, that makes it easier, because I know that it's not only the fire departments have those issues, it's other departments, if anybody wants to get reimbursed for anything, including the rec department. It would just make it easier.
I mean, Councilman, I do certainly appreciate that, but like, just going back to the vehicles, for example, you know, part of being, you know, a firefighter is you take great pride in your equipment, your trucks, your things like that. So that's why we'll see our members, you know, washing the trucks, or I'll be washing my chief's vehicle. And I wouldn't put that into the borough for a car wash or anything like that. Just as a matter of pride in our equipment, you know, it helps build up your appreciation of the volunteers.
I understand.
So, you know, while we do appreciate it, you know.
There's other things though that come up. Councilman, if you're referring to the bills, the issue with the bills being paid, and that's what I'm referring to, the problem.
Just small, yeah, I've heard from the rec department too, where they just come out of pocket with things.
The bills not being paid, right? I mean, not being able to.
Expenses, yeah, common expenses.
So we all know, I mean, it's a process issue
Right.
that, has to do with going and having a expense account. We're aware of it and we're trying to actively resolve it. We just had a resignation, as you know, in the finance department, I mean, but we're aware of it, the process. Well, none of us, I think, up here are happy with it. We hate to hear that, you know what, that you have to pay it, but the last one I got was from the recreation, because he went to go and charge something and wasn't able to pay it out of pocket.
Right.
I believe that's what Councilman's
Yeah.
referring to. And I think we all agree that, yeah, he's getting it, but I think the councilman's point is, it shouldn't even get to that point where if we have an account that for some reason it's been submitted properly and not paid. So I agree with you, so it is on our radar.
Even if we set up some sort of payment system through Zelle or anything that people commonly use.
Yeah, I don't know if government can use that though, but I mean, it has to be traceable, but we're aware, it's not an appreciation. Right, and government, I don't believe in India, and, you know, people want to be paid in 30 days, it doesn't normally happen that way, we only have one meeting a month. So thank you, gentlemen, I hope that clears up some of the issues.
Yeah. No, thank you. Appreciate it.
Aren't you glad to say?
Yeah. Okay, have a motion to approve the minutes of August 9th, regular, August 9th.
Motion.
Second.
Member Valari,
I'm going to say,
Rivers,
Yeah.
Member Kim, Council President Luciano, Member Simon,
Yes,
Member Di Gregorio.
Yeah.
Motion to open the meeting for the public?
second,
All in favor?
All right.
Want to play? No one said aye, and then two people. I assume let's hear from the public. I would love to hear people's reactions to the following, if you want to chime in. I saw Mr. Jerome that the schools are now following the New Jersey food policy and that pizza has been banned, but you can have a munchkin, but not a full donut. So, like I said earlier, this is what happens when people in the state have majors in college that don't lead to any constructive in life because they're not taking the joy of being a child or whatever. They didn't say how many munchkins you could have though, so I guess like 4 munchkins before the donut. I mean, I know you're in a school board.
It's also that one or two parents complain about too.
Well, you know, if there's an allergy, completely understand, but like, come on, you know, let kids do this. So, it kind of gets funny when you read these things, and then you go from there and you read about Senator Menendez selling $400,000 worth of gold bars, but doesn't have to explain where he got them. This has been reported. His wife is the same thing. She was broke, she was a foreclosure, she married him, and all of a sudden this gold bar showing up. And come on, it's like a ridiculous thing. Do they really think people in New Jersey are that stupid to not understand what's happening? And by the way, he's the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. So tell me, which foreign country in the world is going to take that guy seriously, right? No. Happy to hear from anyone on those issues. I'm on a roll. I told you there'd be some new things tonight. Affordable housing, that's always a great topic to hear from the public on. You've heard enough from me. But anybody want to speak? Yes.
One or two quick things on the fire truck and the fire. Outside of.
You just have to say your name and address.
George Ramon, the 71 Pond Street. Outside of the NSBA guidelines, we also have to adhere to ISO, which is the insurance that rates our town on what we get. Right now we have a 5, which is right in the middle. And every time we lose a truck, we lose points. Right now, if we lose the ladder truck, we lose a lot of points. We won't, your insurance rate can go up. Okay? Also, 20 years as fire chief, I never take my truck on vacation. And goes to Bergen County, goes to other places, but never on vacation.
That's because your brother-in-law had the other truck.
Third thing is the fire chief responds first. Okay, now if there's no fire chief there, there's no assessment. 9 out of 10 times it's false alarm. So why roll a $500,000 piece of equipment when the fire chief can get there and says everything's okay?
Yeah, all those extra. Those are good points. Yeah, those are good points. And, I've seen these guys, and I guess there's mutual aid involved also in other towns. Anybody else wishing to be heard? Yes, sir.
Corey, can you come over just a second?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm happy.
The franchise was indicating before the police report of what had happened back in May.
You state your name and address, please.
David Sebon, 129 Hollywood Avenue. I want to give each and every one of you the police report highlighted with these pictures and the memoranda act that was given to me. And I want to educate you, Mr. DeGorio, on what is transpiring in this town with a lot of these employees. Here you go.
How did you find your way to the police department?
Huh?
How did you find your way to the police
Well, we're going to
department?
get into that. We're going to really get into that.
You said your name was David or Murat?
David.
So you have, there you go. Picture is 2. So
Yeah, that's enough.
one on one side, one on the other. I think we'll have to.
You don't have to be a
The
second.
intent to kill is a highlight on the second page of the police report.
What was that?
There you go.
And here's something else, Dave.
Huh?
Here's something else. This is the email to Mark Neville that Mrs. Marinuzzi had never emailed on that Monday to Mark Neville. And she lied to me. Before I start, there used to be a guy by the name of Lawrence Welk. And he had a very, very incredible band. And he had a song, "Good night, sleep tight, and make your dreams come true." And everybody, right around the beginning of May, I was coming down Brooklyn, and I noticed that Fletcher Cranham had close one. I had made the right and got out the boat. I came up Ellington, and I noticed that a stop sign was completely covered with vegetation. Not even see a stop sign. It was that bad. It was like a tree that was a hippie with long hair. And we went into the first week. I took pictures with my iPhone. I came over here to the police department. I showed them to Tracy. He looked at me and he laughed at me. And he said to me, "We don't get involved with that." He pulled me off. Went by, I came down Lindcrest. I noticed another car blew a stop sign and came right out like you never seen it. And I said to myself, let me get down to the DPW and let me speak to somebody there, maybe Mark is there, maybe Ralph is there, or whatever. And nobody was there. There was Danny O'Shea there, a police officer, and a couple of employees drinking coffee. I left my business card. I said, have Ralph call me or have Mark call me. It's a very important matter. The week went by. I found out that Mark was on vacation. Nobody did nothing to correct the stop sign. It's very dangerous. I came back over into the police department. I spoke to somebody else. Again, we got nowhere with the police department. I called up Fran Marinuzzi. That was the DPW secretary. That's Mark Neville. And you got Fran Marinuzzi. And that was on Monday. Somewhere in the middle of May on Monday. I spoke very lovely to her, very respectful. I said, Mrs. Marinuzzi, good morning. I understand that Mark's come back. Please tell him that, you know, we got to correct the street. I mean, you know, this is an area that I grew up in since I'm 8 years old. I'm 61 years old now. It went through one ear and it went out through the other. Okay? She never emailed Mark. Here is the proof. Never emailed Mark. And I didn't even know that. The only thing that she emailed Mark to was about either PSC and G inspector, because those bills weren't paid. whole day of Monday passed by, the whole day of Tuesday passed by, and I gave her a call back on Wednesday, and it was around 11 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock in the morning, pushing 12 o'clock. I said, Fran, good morning. Mr. Steve calling. I noticed that the tree still hasn't been done. Nobody seems to care. I've been to everybody in this town, everybody. I came to you. We even emailed everybody. We went to a lot of different levels to try to get that corrected. Nobody cared. People are getting paid in this town. Police officers, people in the administration building, okay? People are getting vacation days, they're getting sick days, they're getting coming in late, they're coming in early, they're coming in, leaving in the morning, whatever time they want to come and go. They become comfortable in this town. People that don't live in this town, they don't care about this town. Okay? That's my perspective. And I said, Fran, I said, you know, why isn't this been corrected? It's been going on for 1 month. And we looked at it then. It came around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I got a phone call from Ron Paul, detective in the police department here. Mr. Simon, where are you? We need you down here right now. I said, I can't make it. I'm not even in town. I'm out of town. I'll be back around 4 o'clock. And I stopped everything. All my employees, my business, the whole 9 yards, I stopped everything. I got in the car. I came home. I took a shower. I put new clothes on. I came down over here to the police department. I didn't hide. Okay?
How did you know to come down here?
Huh?
How did you know to come down here?
They called me.
Your cell phone or your home phone?
On my cell phone.
How do they have your cell phone number?
They have it. And in my understanding, a squad car came to my house because one of my neighbors came out and said, Dave, are you okay? What's going on? They came, ringing on my bell, walking on my property. Yeah. Mrs. Marinuzzi and Mrs. Broches, Lori Broches, they thought that this was some kind of a joke. The way what Mrs. Marinuzzi wanted to do to me was to blow me off so I wouldn't call anymore. Because what's happening here in Englewood Cliffs, and let me educate you all in this. A lot of people don't speak English in this town, okay? We have a lot of Korean descended people, a lot of Indian descended people, a lot of different people that are coming from different countries. They put a lot of garbage out, especially for people that are renting houses. They throw all the garbage out in the streets. It's overloaded, okay? And what Mrs. Marinuzzi's indication to me is, if the homeowners don't pick up the phone and they don't call up our office, we can't do nothing about that problem. And we're not gonna favor you. But I got a $1.5 million house, and so does everybody else. So do you, everybody else around here. Okay, plus. And when the real estate agents are coming in and seeing all this garbage all in the streets, especially on the weekends, the vegetation, all the crap all over the place, okay? They're saying, is this Englewood Cliffs? I'm gonna buy a $1.5 million house. Is this Englewood Cliffs? No, this ain't Englewood Cliffs. This is turning out to be worse than Memphis. So, I got a phone call from somebody, okay, because I'm a Democratic supporter. I'll be very honest with you. And that person's telling me, well, that wasn't Mrs. Marinuzzi, and that wasn't Mrs. Broches that said that you were going to kill everybody, okay? And I got that tape with Ron Wall sitting down with Lori Broches and Mrs. Marinuzzi, indicating that I was going to kill everybody. And I'm not hiding from nobody, okay? I hold 3 state licenses to engage in my business. I have a sound mind. I know myself. I know how old I am, and I have a professional business. You just indicated to me earlier that I threw a bike flag. I like to see that on video, by the way. That's the
I
side.
still have the bylaw.
This is,
By the way, you know what? You're right in some ways, that it is starting to look like Patterson, because you have a car parked in your backyard.
this is from the Bergen County Prosecutor's Office, to Benjamin Totten, okay? To get out there and correct the tree within 5 hours, the Bergen County Prosecutor's Office emailed Benjamin Totten, get out there in 5 hours and correct that problem, okay? The Bergen County Prosecutor's Office also wanted me to make internal affairs complaint against Ron Paul, which I did, because he's a gentleman, okay? And he believed me.
You're a victim here?
I'm a victim.
You're a victim, not the stop sign. You're the victim.
I became the victim.
You're the victim.
I became the victim.
You know what? I've met a lot of victims in my life. You're not a victim.
But here's another one better, okay? Forget about that. Earlier this summer, there was 2 explosions on Hollywood Avenue, on a dead end, okay? 2 major explosions. The machines blew up, the street blew up, and PSE&G came, they shut everybody's electricity down. They came, they cut the street up. And a month ago, coming this Friday, they came back and they cut the entire street up again. It was a brand new street 5 years ago, okay? They cut the entire street up again.
Is that related to the stop sign?
No, this is a totally different problem.
This is another,
So we're done with that.
okay. So you're a victim twice then, right?
Yeah, twice. They came on my property, they destroyed the front of my grass. They came, they ripped my Belgian blocks out on my wall. They came on my neighbor's property and they took the brick pavers out of the ground. And I'll show you these pictures. They left the gap that much, the brick pavers to the curb. They never brought Palomar sandbag. There were gypsies that were hired by PSE&G, okay? They came, they destroyed 133 Hollywood Avenue. This has been left like this for over a month, okay? How would you like to live over here? Over a month. The wires from PSE&G, they took rope and they tied them on the trees, okay? For over a month. They came with the wires, they curled them up and they left them off my telephone pole. Oh wait, I'm gonna give you the whole thing. 2 weeks ago, an Alex guy called me up from the Palisades division and said, I'm sending a landscaper out from Lodi, New Jersey. And the guy comes, really nice guy. And I says, you're from Lodi? And the guy says, yeah. I says, I was a very personal friend of Captain Phil Jenkins. And the guy says, he lived in my backyard. You know, I said, well, we're in common. Yeah, Phil, we're very close. And he says, what happened over here? I said, well, they ripped out my Belgian blocks. They ripped the neighbor's driveway in half. I got a damage was caused again. My grass is all messed up. Okay? And by the way, I got the greenest grass on the block. And I had to leave work, wait 4 hours, wait for the guy, and he finally came, and that was 2 weeks ago. I got a phone call again this morning from Alex, and he said to me, I'm coming out here with a company that did the job from Newark, okay? And I said, Alex, I says, you know, I got to tell you, I'm very busy, but I'm going to stop everything. Are you sure you're going to be coming out here today? And he says, yeah. I got in the car. I left my business. I came all the way back to the house. Alex called me up. He says, the guy can't make it. He's blowing it off. And this is the second time around. And nobody's done nothing. They destroyed my property. They destroyed the neighbor's property. They destroyed the borough street. They're responsible to repave that street. And you're letting these people get away with all of this. PSE&G is coming into this town. They destroyed Floyd Street. Okay? They're making money off of us, serving us with gas and electric and everything. Yet they're coming in and they're burning up every street, carving up every street, and then using the low-grade asphalt to repair the roads, okay? Every day I get out of this town, I gotta drive down Floyd. By the time I come to the end, I gotta curve over, okay, so I don't hit that bump. And it's all PSE&G. It's all PSE&G. Here are the pictures, okay? I want you to share them around. This is what they did to my block.
So I'm just curious, though, when you said I'm going to kill him, who were you referring to?
My friend, I never said anything like that in my life to anybody. So help me God. I never said anything like that.
Did you ever threaten use of a firearm? No? The people heard you.
Listen, I want to see that tape. You know, I went back and forth with my lawyer on this, and we were ready to charge these two perjury. That's all I got to tell you. And I left it alone.
You're a victim.
I left it alone. Yeah, I'm a victim, exactly. And they're doing.
Did you ever think that some of the problems you have in your life?
Is deliberately doing this to you, to leave all the garbages in the street, okay? If you were smart, you could call up Mrs. Marinuzzi when all those barbecues and that garbage and everything is left in the street and say, Mrs. Marinuzzi, why don't you send somebody out from the DPW and correct this?
Humor me for one moment.
Yeah.
Do you ever think some of these problems are self-made that you have?
None of them are self-made. I've been here since I'm 8 years old, my friend. None of them are self-made. I've been here since I'm 8 years old. I know how this town used to look 40, 50 years ago.
How did it look?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So tell me, what did it look like?
There was Shangri-La. That's the right word for it.
What made it Shangri-La?
Mayor Joe Parisi.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
May I just address some of these issues? I've been aware of what happened on Hollywood. I was told about it. I went down, took pictures of my phone, sent them to my public service representative who I deal with. And unfortunately, she was on vacation, so it went to someone else in her office. She told me when she got back. What happened, I had kind of forgotten, even though that is my street, that part of Hollywood is all underground service. They have an easement on that property for that box and the connection. It is not finished. They still have work to do. They did dig up. I feel they could have driven it. Doesn't look great. Underground wires. It's not like they can work above. And it's still not finished. But in order to give the residents back electricity, that's what those temporary wires are that I sent a picture on my phone to them. And that's just to maintain electricity for the residents from that part of the street down. Otherwise, they wouldn't have electricity now, and they would have to be using their own generators.
Well, Mr. Savant says he'd rather not have electricity than have the wires in.
I'm sorry?
It sounds like he doesn't want the wires, so.
Well, they may
Tell
be
PSE&G
misunderstanding about why they're there. It is a temporary fix.
This whole thing is a waste of time, right? PSE&G, the work in process, they're working, they know what they're doing. We have a policy that they have to pay curb to curb when they're done. We just need people to be patient and stop trying to be victims. There are real victims out there, sir. You're not a victim, okay? You're not. You're just inconvenienced.
You're not living in that house, Mary.
You're just inconvenienced, okay?
You're not living in that house.
Like we want to do our attorney.
Are you saying that this is something that will be fixed eventually? Is that
Yeah,
what
that's
you're
what it
saying?
has to be fixed. It's a
It's
temporary.
been going on for years.
Are they finished with the electrical work there?
But he said they're going on for years. Is it going on for years?
No, this one just started 3 weeks ago. And whenever I went down there, I was
So what's your definition of a year? 3 weeks a year or years plural? It's been weeks.
It's a constant breakdown all the time. It's a constant breakdown.
we're doing a lot of work. We know it. I mean, we're all inconvenienced by the road closures and everything else, but
And the road,
we didn't ask for it. This is.
the road work is the gas line replacement too. They're replacing gas. It's not a gas line, it's an electrical
No,
line.
theirs is-
You mentioned Floyd. They're replacing gas lines throughout the town.
Englewood is just getting repaid. Some of the streets that they ripped up, I'm assuming that as they progress, they will start fixing the streets here. Palisade Avenue is out, and it was on the county's list for repaving in 2024. So in some cases, they may not do a lot of work, if they're not going to spend money to fix half of it, if they're going to do the whole street in 2024. So
The one thing I want to stress here, Mr. Savani, is that I don't care how upset you are.
I'm not
I
upset
don't
at
care
all.
how much of a victim you think you are.
I'm not upset at all.
I don't want you calling Borough Hall and threatening our employees and our safety. In fact, I don't want anyone ever
You're
doing that.
saying right
I don't want, don't interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. I don't want anybody threatening anyone in this town, including you. Okay?
You're on
Are
tape.
you, I am on tape. I don't want you threatening anyone. I don't want anyone calling Borough Hall. And sir,
I never
you come in here, you're wasting our
You're on
time,
tape.
but basically what you're doing, all right? You're wasting
I'm not
our time.
wasting my time,
You are,
okay?
Everyone is being inconvenienced. And the last time you came here, you were complaining about people speeding on Floyd. The next day or 2 days later, I was jogging on Floyd and you came by me about 45 miles an hour. It was you.
All you do.
Because you know how I know it was you? Because you had that pickup truck that's falling apart. That's how I knew it was you.
All you do is lie.
I don't lie. I don't lie. You go down Floyd every morning.
Excuse me?
Stop sign.
After a month. That's how this town works. New Jersey is the #1 leading state in the United States of America that people are leaving. They're sick and tired of this place.
Well, people are moving in St. Louis, well,
Yeah.
Mrs. O'Shea's got her hand up.
Mute.
You go ahead, Mrs. O'Shea, say your name and address.
Just one mute.
Okay.
No, she said.
You got it? Okay.
Unmute.
All right.
I unmuted.
Beautiful.
Did you call on me, Mayor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, Mary O'Shea, 12 Irving Avenue. A couple of things, I'm trying to go through them fast because I know it's getting late. On the resolution 196 regarding the United Service Workers Local, can someone give us an idea of any changes or things that were included in this contract that you are being authorized to sign, Mayor?
That's a good question. Is the contract included in the package?
No,
But I have sent everyone a
All right.
copy of the changes that were
All right,
made.
so,
And I have another copy that I thought
so
we needed it.
yeah, so the public doesn't have that. We could give you a summary. You want to do that? Ms. Stern's going to give you a summary.
okay.
I don't know, Mr. O'Shea, if you, I haven't.
You can just talk into the microphone, Roberta, I can see you.
Okay, good. I'm just wondering, do you want the most important points? I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah, like the financial points, time, hours, salaries, that type of thing. What are the increase in benefits or anything else that was included?
But things that they requested that were withdrawn by them, they had asked for part-time employees to be given medical, eligible at 30 hours, prorated sick, vacation, holiday, and we said no, they withdrew it.
How many
They-
holidays? How many holidays?
No new holidays. They wanted.
Oh, no,
part-time-
okay. All right, just get a little closer to the microphone. Go closer to the microphone. I can't hear, when you don't speak, it doesn't. Go, thank you.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, that's much better, thank you.
Anyhow, they had asked for part-time employees to be defined a certain way that it would allow them to be getting benefits. We said no to all three of their parts of that. They withdrew it. They had requested 4.5% across the board increases. We said no. We came up with 2.25, 2.5, 2.5, 2.25 in the 4 years. And they obviously agreed to that. They had asked for Juneteenth to be a holiday. It's already a holiday for the borough. We just discussed that we would celebrate it the same day as Berkeley County did. They had asked that the Chapter 78 insurance premiums and their share of it be capped. We said no, that was the end of that. They had asked for personal days, which we did not include, but we did allow them to use 3 sick days as personal days.
so that they didn't have to give an excuse for why they were using them. They will become, 3 of their sick days will become personal days.
And what happens if they're sick?
I'm sorry?
And what happens if they're sick?
Well, they still have plenty of sick time,
Oh,
but
they
some people, what had happened in many cases, and it's also, we have negotiations tomorrow with the, Teamsters Union for the DPW. In many places, there have been times when someone took a sick day and then their superior would see them out and say, oh, I thought you were sick. So it became kind of, throughout most of the last contracts, most people are doing the same thing. They're allowing sick days, people personal days, so that nobody can question them why they took the day.
Okay.
A majority of the things that were changed had to do with the attorney clarifying language that is statutorily required that was not in the contract previously. Most of that had to be was about sick time, and so all those changes were straight out of statutes. Previously, they had a very different vacation schedule, very odd amounts of days. We felt that that was unnecessary. And so for anyone hired after January 1 of 2023, the vacation days are as follows: 0 to 5 years, 10 days, 6 to 15, 15 days, 16 to 20, 20 days, 21 plus, 25 days. It wasn't a big difference. It reduced the numbers because they had, for instance, maybe 12 days or 18 days or 19 days. So we just changed everything to 5-year change. That was mostly sick leave, as I said, and most of that is in italics because it came from the statute. Health benefits didn't change. And any other questions?
No, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. On the resolution that you have for going into private session, you have attorney-client privilege and litigation update. I believe that you have to list the items that you're going to speak about, whether it's what litigation or personnel or whatever it is. I don't think you can just put a blanket attorney-client privilege or litigation update. I think you have to be more specific on the details of why you're going into private session. I believe that's not correct. Pardon me?
Hold on.
I personally think it's sufficiently noted that we're just going to be discussing the Oprah litigation and no other litigation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Marinello, you're coming across very garbled.
Well, he stated that it'll only be the Oprah litigation, but they're not. So, what are they, Mr. Marinello?
Say you're in the middle.
No,
I said that I believe that this is sufficient under the statute to have all of the litigation listed. I don't think you need to list it by document.
In previous meetings, there's been, over the past few years, there was a discussion about this, and it was always said that it had to be detailed, it had to be itemized to what you're going to talk about, because the public doesn't really know what you're going to talk about when you put a vague category like that on the resolution. So maybe you want to clarify it.
Well, let's just list them right now. What are the Oprah litigations?
We have several.
Okay, Eastwood, McMorrow, Valet, I mean, those are just a few of them.
They are, all of the ones are from Valet, McMorrow, O'Shea, and East.
All right, so there's
There
4.
are more than one for certain people. Just
Right.
there.
So those are the Oprah litigations. Anything else?
Okay.
O'Shea, will you finish? Is there anybody else from the public wishing to be heard?
Oh, I'm not finished, Mr. Mayor, I'm not finished. Can I speak about the ordinance 2305?
Yeah, you can speak on it.
Okay, I understand what Mrs. Stern spoke about last meeting. about putting a minimum and maximum for a range. The only problem I have with this is the range in some of these categories up toward the top of the list are very generous ranges. They're like, there's a range of 35,000, 20,000, 15,000, 15,000, 15,000, 20,000. And then when you go down, with the police chief, it's, 110,000. And I think that there tends to be a, when someone's hired, previously there was one salary on that line, and the person who got the job, like Miss Borges, she jumped from 60,000 to 95,000, like in one jump. I think that the range, the minimums might be a little bit lower, and taken into consideration the experience that people have before they get into that category. And then putting the top for administrator at 125,000, even though you might be worth it, Roberta, I don't think that it should be such a high amount, because when will the public know when somebody is being moved within that range in the minimum and maximum? If you're hired at 95,000, how do we know 3 months from now you're not going to put that person at 125,000? They'll be still within the range, but the public won't know what salary that you're contemplating paying them. Okay. And previously, like, the salary ordinances would also have all the details included. I don't know if you intend that's a separate ordinance or not. A separate, it had all the details regarding the longevity of the police officers also. So that was just my opinion on that. I think that it's way too generous. Now, during the meeting, you had some discussion about water going into the sanitary stores. Years ago, my husband was in charge of the DPW for a little while Jerry Frank was out sick with a heart attack. And they used to do something with smoke. And if Mark Neville was still here, which I really think you should keep the DPW superintendent and the police chief at the meetings till after the public speaks, because this way they can address any issues that are brought up. They used to put some kind of a dye in the water. And if the people had a sump pump illegally hooked up to the sanitary sewer, smoke would come out of their chimney, and that would identify it without them going in the house. Bernie, do you know anything about that type of a situation?
Yes, Ms. O'Shea, we have a contract with National Water Main, who will shortly be conducting the smoke testing and CCTV video inspections. So that's been in the works, and that process will be starting shortly.
Yeah, I mean, I really when you talk tonight about how much the sewerage flow increases during a rainfall, I think there might be quite a few illegal sump pumps hooked up to the sanitary sewers, and it would be a savings for the town if you ran those smoke tests, and especially in areas where where there's flooding issues. I'm sure people are very tempted to do that. So it might be something that the council or the Bernie, your office can recommend to the council to do. And
that's
the other,
contract been led, and that will be starting shortly.
In other words, that's going to be done.
okay. The other thing is regarding garbage pickup. Again, when my husband was on the DPW, Joe Parisi Sr. used to say on a Friday afternoon, he wanted the guys to drive around on the truck to make sure there was no trash out on the curb to be picked up, that it desecrated the neighborhood over the weekend. And likewise, I understand to call the DPW to have a pickup is one thing, but a lot of people come into town, they're new, they don't know. And we have the police hopefully driving around town, and we have the DPW driving around town doing recycling pickup. If they see trash, a couch, whatever, put out to the curb, they should notify the office themselves, the DPW, that needs to be picked up. Don't leave it there for 2 weeks because the person didn't know to make a phone call. Meanwhile, police cars are going past, DPW is driving past, and nobody does anything about it. They just let it sit there. So I think that's something that should be implemented. Okay, I don't have anything else. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public? Yes. Good Geiger.
Geiger, 270 Alfred Street. I first would like to commend the Borough Administrator, Roberta Stern, who I understand is responsible for the recent upgrade to the park at the south end of town by both. And they look beautiful. In fact, the south park and south end. I don't look so good. Now, I don't know what process we went through to authorize that, who did the work. Nonetheless, having said that, I do think it's a vast improvement, and certainly a temporary improvement until the actual park improvements are done. In that connection, I need to include Randy in there. I'd like to know when his specifications for the park improvement are going to be finished. The park committee reported on June 28th to the council on how it's doing 3 months later. So just answer that.
Yes, our park design is, at this point, our design plans developed are about 25%. And I spoke to Ms. Stern previously. We are scheduling a meeting at Borough Hall to review the items. We basically know the field would have to be done, and we'll be presenting some information regarding the parks that are part of that project as well. So we're well underway and looking forward to getting the bid documents done so we can go out and announce bid dates next month.
Thank you. So someone is reviewing the park committee's recommendations to make sure that your plans conform with them?
Yes, as I said, based upon the several meetings we've had with the park committee, with the public, with the members of the council, we've taken into action to develop those design documents, and we'll be meeting with the borough officials next week to continue and fine tune that point.
Right, thank you. Next, I don't like to make over requests and burden the administration, but I recently, following the last meeting when there was speculation about reserves and cash flow and so forth, I opened to some items, and I am surprised that they're not available. And I direct this specifically, I think, to Glenn, who I believe is still chairman of finance and who has an MBA and would probably appreciate my concern. I requested copies of the monthly financial statements from July and August, assuming that these some statements that show how much money has come in, how much money has gone out, where you are in relation to budget. Nothing was available. Be that as it may, I also asked for a cash flow chart. The CFO was informing you there'd be enough money, taxes could be delayed, anticipates a surplus of a certain amount, all of which should be reflected on a cash flow chart that shows each month revenues, balance, and so forth. So it isn't a matter of speculation as to where you are, but you have it documented. If that's not available either, I suggest that you perhaps sit down with him and ask for those items to be presented on a regular basis. I also was curious about the interest rate that the borough is earning on idle funds. I requested a copy of the bank statements. I was only given one bank statement from Connect One Bank, where you have the capital fund, and I was shocked by two things. This is the fund, by the way, where the bond and no proceeds were deposited in August and then withdrawn to pay the maturing notes. The bank charged you two $25 wires to send money. They also are paying 0.05%. Now, I know that if I kept at least $700,000 in their account, they wouldn't charge me for wires, and they'd be paying a higher interest rate. So that's something else to look into. I will bring it to your attention. It's puzzling to me.
Thank you for that point.
They're calling.
Thank you for that point. Did you ask something?
I did, I just want to let you know that their interest rate is going up very shortly, and we probably won't be paying $225 fee.
It's still well under market though. The interest rate's still well under market.
I talk about the interest rate that they can charge for municipal has been lower than I had liked it to be, so I had a meeting, and from what I was told, our interest rate will be going up very shortly to a much more reasonable amount that we'll be earning on.
Should be at least 4. There's
It is-
also laws.
I think, I don't want to say what it is until I see it.
So the former mayor's bank was kind of just taking advantage of the town, basically.
No, I think somebody asked before, and I asked.
My goodness, thank you for asking, but like, what are all these people doing? Really? Thank you, Mr. Geiger.
One more.
I think there's also limitations on money that you sell bonds.
In defense of Connect One.
No, I know, I'm not gonna, that's what.
I want to
answer
thank,
your-
I want to thank you for what I consider a very healthy and spirited conversation that we had concerning the budget and the tax reduction. And as a taxpayer, I thank you for granting us a modest, nonetheless appreciated reduction in taxes. I hesitate to make the next comment because I'm not critical of all of the attorneys, but it doesn't pass without notice that you gave the attorneys a 70% increase in January from what they had been previously earning in 2020. That's not 10%, 20%, 50%, but a 70% increase. And so you say there's not enough money in the litigation budget, that takes up that part.
I like how you did that. That was good.
Thanks.
That was really good. Thank you.
So which attorneys were you referring to, Cadwalader, $1,000 an hour, or?
In January,
I'm
the
just wondering,
January
so the-
resolution,
But I didn't answer my question.
all the current attorneys. I'm not talking about Cadwalader, which of course is getting much, and I'm not criticizing the attorneys or really making a judgment about the amount. I just say that it doesn't pass without notice that you get a 70% increase for what it's worth. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Geiger.
Karen Geiger, she's on the out. One here, that's easy. Okay. I'm not as kind as my husband. Steve Wilcox said, he never believes in cutting taxes is a good thing. I want to say that as a resident, I am very happy that Steve Wilcox is not setting policy for this borough. That is you guys, and I appreciate every effort made to cut taxes. Our legal line has been $2 million each year for the past 3 years. And it's about time that we started reducing it. This is one-time expenditures. These are not recurring costs. I certainly hope they're not. And I know that when the legal line was set up initially at $2 million, that amount was for one only, as told to us by the council at the time, and it was then supposed to come down. Well, it never did, and thank you for taking it down by just under 10%. It's a good beginning. But the other concern I have on the bill, the legal bill. I have overread the legal bill of all the attorneys. I only got them for 2 attorneys. and I will discuss those and just my own comments on Oprah, which I think is out of control, and you're looking for a real problem if you don't get it under control quickly. The first thing is the legal bills. I want to know who reviews the legal bills before they're paid. Is there anyone who reviews the legal bills?
Well, I don't know who reviewed them before, but I reviewed them once they're coming now, because those are the
Well,
ones
do you
that I know
catch the
about.
fact that one item was billed twice by one of the attorneys?
Which one?
I'm not doing it until I'm not criticizing
Well,
anyone
then
publicly.
we should have a conversation, because I'm only.
You're one person, I'm not criticizing.
No,
There are a lot of legal bills.
I'm not taking.
There are a lot of legal bills, and those legal bills say an awful lot. And so far, July and August, those bills were ridiculous. And they were ridiculous because the attorneys some of the attorneys who were billing, and I think all of you know, were criticizing council people on this case. And that is not the business of our attorneys. If you have a problem with something a council person says, you can state it and then end it. But we as residents should not be paying the bills for back and forth recriminations on he said, she said, that's a lie, that's not true. I'm sorry, $37.50 for every 10 minutes, reading the email back and forth, defending their own positions. They're employees of the borough. They're paid to serve us, and they're not paid to criticize repeatedly our elected officials, whether they agree with them or not. Say it once and be done, and stop billing us for it. And I would recommend that those parts of the bill are not repeatedly paid. The other item on those bills is, as I said, the deplorable language that's there. It shouldn't be there. There's no place for them. And they say things about council people, they quote them or back and forth, and it doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter whether I agree or disagree with what's being said. It just should not be there. We as taxpayers should not be paying for it.
We agree.
Another item. When there are memos, what I noticed is when there are memos that go back and forth, every time they're open, even the same memo, you get another bill. It's not right. One council person says something, or the mayor says something, 5 people open it, and everybody's responding, and cha-ching. I'm sorry, it's wrong. So if you want to start controlling legal expenses, start controlling what's permitted to be billed for. Another comment on what I heard tonight, which upset me. On 9/7, the court records reveal that Judge Barrington called in all the attorneys to meet with her on 2 open cases. And she added Mr. Wunsch and Mr. Marinello, specifically requesting that they show up. Today is the 13th. Mr. Luciano, you mentioned that Judge Barrington awarded $227,000 in penalties related to one case. I want to know who else on the council knows that number.
First time I'm hearing of it.
I'm happy to talk about that.
Yeah, but you don't talk to us about it. Because you know, yeah, you don't tell me anything. Wait, you don't want to hear about it. Wait a second. You don't even represent the borough any over case. These are just one. Right, so why are you going to court with Barrington? She's just bleeding this town. Just tell her you don't represent the borough. You don't represent everyone. Really, she has no jurisdiction over you if you don't represent the town.
How often do you not go to court when the judge orders you to go? You do that often?
I go to court, but if I wasn't a case, I would go. But if I'm not in a case, I'm not going. And then
That's certainly not.
This is
I'm not-
she's just bleeding.
I'm not questioning
Well, she's just bleeding up. She's got to follow the law too.
Excuse me, I'm not questioning that any attorney that was called in specifically by Judge Barrington should have been. I don't question.
It's a letter to the
What I
judge.
do question is what seems to be the inequitable dispersion of information to this providing. To me, if something is told that we have penalties of $227,000, each of you should have that. You should have had an email the next day
what happened in that court case. I've been checking reports, I know there's nothing there.
I've been chasing that word.
So I want to know why the attorneys are so telling people what's going on. And now I'm going to talk about Oprah, because I've been here each week talking about Oprah and what an abomination it is. The fact that we were penalized $2,250 a day, and we are still penalized $1,000 a day. And this is for a case that started in 2021. But 5 months ago, the penalties were enacted again. And to this day, it's still not concluded. Still not concluded. And that doesn't include the money that was spent and that we're going to have to pay, because Oprah cases, as you all know, the attorneys on the prevailing party get reimbursed by the court, which means that the attorneys that brought the cases against the borough are reimbursed by the borough. And those costs, if the legal bills are any indication, are going to be extensive as well. Oprah is a monstrosity. It is not handled well. I have put in repeated Oprahs to this borough, and I get horrible responses. I don't want to throw any employees under the bus, but the responses are not consistent with state law. If I ask for a document or I ask for 10 bills and I get 2 of them, you don't have the right to decide that I can only get 2 of them, and you'll work on the others and get them to me when you think you have them. You have 7 days to respond. And it's just because I don't want to be in the situation of the other individuals who are bleeding this borough dry on Oprah request that I'm not suing, or you have the same situation going on. This is not how you treat people. And I am not asking for for email trends. I am not asking for email chains. I am asking for documents that exist. I wanted all the legal bills. I asked for them over 2 weeks ago. I specified which ones and which attorney. I got 2 sets, not the 5 or 7 that I asked for. I asked for a copy of a contract. Contract either exists or it doesn't. You approved it for a certain amount. I wanted to see it. No mention. We'll get to you later, Mrs. Pfeiffer. That's not right. The borough doesn't have the right to say to me, we'll get to you later. Only I can extend an Oprah request that I've made. That's the law. And now, speaking of the law, I want to talk about the 2 cases that are there. Ms. Belli and Ms. McMorrow are the 2 big ones. Both of them, I think I have a personal distaste for, because I don't think that people should be using Oprah and abusing Oprah to fund their own litigation in lieu of discovery. But be that as it may, Oprah permits it. And I don't understand why this borough, for 2 years, I saw the responses from Anne Marie Rizzuto to my own Oprah request, which were nonsense. They had no basis in the law. Too much. She's asking for too much. We don't have the time to do it. For a privilege with no documentation as to why they're privileged. If you had more people who wanted to sue the borough, you'd have even more lawsuits. So you've got to control this problem. And the problem has to be controlled from the top down. This council has to set up what you expect of your employees. Roberta, I know you're new, so I'm not putting it on your head, but this is something that has to be controlled. It is out of control. And you're going to have people suing and more suits, and they're going to win. Because it's just not right. Excuse me, Mr. Luciano, there's a lot of heading in this budget. Let's not talk about all the money that's sitting on the lines of tax appeals, of which only half of it is billed. I can find even more, but I don't want you to do that. As far as the Chiaffi property, something else that came up in looking at the legal bill. The Chiaffi properties have been a blight on this community for at least 15, 20 years. I remember sitting on the area in need of rehabilitation which dealt with the same property, and fighting it because I didn't think it was appropriate for public funds to be spent dealing with an individual taxpayer's property. In that case, it was the area in need of rehabilitation. Now it seems to be for the desire of the Chiapi people to exceed the town zoning on their properties. And the bills are replete with references to that. And much to my surprise, we are paying our planner to come up with multiple plans to present to the Chiapis to show them that, I don't know what we're showing them, but profitability is not something that a developer gets under the municipal land use law. They have to use their property within the zoning that's specified by the municipality, or they have to seek a variance. It used to be the planning board, now because it's affordable housing, it's Judge Gallipolis. But they have to seek a variance, and they have to explain why, under the municipal land use law, they should be granted it. The burden is on the developer, not on the town, to come up with plans. And I just, as a resident, I don't like to see our tax money being spent on things that are not necessary. There are enough things that we have to spend our tax dollars on that are. As far as the tax appeals, I have a question it's on the agenda. Mr. Marinello, you have the new assessment for the federal tax appeal, but you don't say what the old assessment was. So I have no idea, looking at the resolution, what's happening. Are they the same rate? Have they gone up $1 million? Have they gone up $10? I don't know. Can you say what it is in a future resolution and in this one?
Well, I can tell you what it is right now if you want to know.
Just tell me how it's changed.
I can't do that without looking it up.
No, I'm giving you a chance. Please, it's not there.
Assessment on that property is $3,092,000. Not going up. Oh, down. It's that $3,092,000 is going down to $2,300,000.
Thank
Are you going to get off playing around?
And
It's had a long day.
can you just give me some sense? I mean, there are a lot of tax bills. I remember asking you on and over how many we had that were pending, and we didn't know long, both residential and commercial. Most of them, I assume, are for very small amounts of money. Especially when we're residential. What is the cost of in legal fees to litigate each of these tax fees compared to the savings that we would generate from doing it?
You have my bill.
I haven't looked at your bills in detail.
Okay, but I know you have them.
To analyze, yes, I do have yours, and I have this much. But it seems to me that perhaps one should look into, and I don't know if it's possible, to somehow either put them all together. Is it worth spending, and I'm making up the numbers because I really don't remember what they were, $500 to adjust the tax bill that has almost ineligible adjustment to do another way to do this. I understand putting the money in corporations where there are large differences, but in a lot of these, they're very small.
The problem is, I understand what your point is, but the problem is, we can't have a
policy that says we're not going to defend residential appeals because they're too small. If you have that policy, everybody's gonna come running to court and asking for a reduction.
Well, why don't we just have like, if we could ask people, would you agree to having a mediator just mediate this with us and resolve it? A referee.
I know that.
They have that policy, they have attorneys, all these people are represented by attorneys, I don't think there's a single pro se case in Englewood Cliffs.
So there was an attorney who went around to a lot of homes, I know, because I got a call as well, and said, can I represent you? It won't cost you a penny, you give me back X, that's what the deal was. It won't cost you a penny, you give me a percentage of whatever I save you, and all of a sudden the borough is spending money.
Well, I understand that, but that attorney is taking that case because he thinks there's something he can get out of it. He's putting his energy into it. So there theoretically is some value in that. Now, I like to think we do a good job of defending those tax appeals. You have a tax assessor, whose job it is to review these people, submit a report. The report has, in most cases, doesn't always follow this process, but in most cases, they will submit a report, and that report has what they think are comparable properties to theirs, right? And they are saying that they should be reduced based on these comparable sales. The tax assessor cannot on her own go to tax court and defend the town. The town has to have an attorney.
But is the town allowed to approach residents and say, we'd like to mediate this and just take it out?
Sure.
And why don't you do that? Have a meeting, figure out how many people are asking, you know, the same attorney, you see their names, I'm sure. And just meet directly with the residents. Most of them just want what they think is their fair due. And they want, and maybe we can reduce costs by mediating it and getting it out of these attorneys. I don't know if it's possible.
Well, there is no standardized mediation procedure for these cases. I know there is in other small claims cases and special civil cases, there are mediation policies. Before you go to court on a special civil case, in most cases, they require you to go to a mediation session, usually with somebody in the court staff. But there is no such thing for a tax appeal case. So,
Maybe someone can brainstorm an approach to this.
You can just ask the
So
president.
maybe we should create something
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be
within our little town.
yeah, well, you can do that. Want to try?
On the documents my husband asked for, he made a comment, I'm sorry, dear, but he made a comment that you only got Connect One Bank. What you didn't get was all the other repositories. If we have a $4.1 million surplus, it means we have a lot of money that we are investing on the expense side. What he didn't tell me is he also spoke to financial advisors that he knows. And most of the municipalities that they work with, again, correct me if I'm wrong, in excess of 4.5% on money that they're leaving. I think it's deplorable and reprehensible that we be getting 0.05 from any bank these days. I get more on my money. And I commend you, Roberta, for making a headway, but what about all the other money? The real money sits in the 4.5 that we have invested, not in the capital fund. And what are we earning on that? There you're talking about the potential of $250,000, correct, on interest that you can recoup as opposed to getting 0.05%, you're getting 4.5%. And that doesn't even assume investment in overnight funds and CDs and all kinds of other things for money you don't need on hand and don't have to have liquid. And municipalities are allowed to invest in certain instruments. So I think this borough should get a little creative in what it's doing to maximize the return and maximize that surplus. Because we're investing our money wisely, not looking the other way and letting banks have a holiday with our money. And I don't know which bank is inappropriate. And as far as the design on the parks, I'm very happy, but I thought that those bids were supposed to be going out in early October. Are those bids being sent out in early October?
As I had indicated before, we're looking to announce in in October, the bid date, when we send the documents over to, purchasing agent, and attorney and administrator.
Excuse me, I'm not understanding it. The design had to be completed, detailed, and worked out. None of the specifics were in the plan that was presented to the mayor and council for approval. It was a very vague design. You just said, if I heard you correctly, 25% of the detailed design was done.
That's correct. Our design development currently is at 25%, and I indicated an October timeframe was anticipated for bidding on that.
When in October? Are we talking about Halloween or are we talking about Columbus Day?
We'll be announcing it in October. I don't have that specific date. We'll be meeting with the borough representatives next week.
That's
what I'd like to know.
Who is our representatives who will deal with it?
And I would like to.
No, who on the council is dealing with it?
I would like to be.
The former park committee who understood what what the park committee wanted to see is going to be reviewing those detailed spec documents and making sure that they're consistent with the design.
Ms. Geiger,
Send it to everybody in government.
Can I make a quick comment? First of all, this council, and I misunderstood, and I apologize. They were so quick to get rid of the committee, and I went along with it, misunderstanding, and I want to publicly apologize because I think that committee was super, and I personally think that we need to keep as many eyes on the borough engineer as possible to make sure this is going to be moving along quickly and moving along the way we want it and with the specs.
The way the committee
Correct.
presented it to the council. I realize you will be changing it, but it will be changing on the margin. And it has to be changing with people who understood the intent of the committee and the council in adopting it.
And I've
So
got
I
one more.
hope that people on the council are reviewing those detailed specs. Because I can tell you on the forward specs, things that council persons thought were in the specs were not. Because I looked at the detailed specs when we were doing our work as part of the committee. And some of the council people were significantly misinformed about what went into the detailed specs as done by the engineer and which went out to bid. Not major things, but I'm talking about details that were important to certain council persons, which were not included. Absolutely not included.
Correct me
So
if I'm wrong. Colliers did a lot of work that can help this along. And do you have that paperwork on those specs?
We've seen the prior engineers' plans, yes.
I mean, they could be useful to move this along, I would imagine.
And that's why they were provided to us. And as the committee members may recall, we had several meetings over at the administration building, back and forth, several emails, several conference calls with representatives of the committee. We've increased the number of options. We had the public hearing at the school. Comments were made, comments were taken. We went up to 5 different various options of field work, and we were given the one option that we're proceeding with, and that's where our design development is on how that came about, and a lot of the other detail that we want to get involved with lies into the areas of the park, as we had indicated, the various park equipment, and from those points we know that you could have what type of park you want. There was discussions of and not commenting on the purple shirt, but they don't want purple dinosaurs, so
it only goes well on older men. So
I'm up there as well, so I understand.
So I would think it would be a good thing to reestablish some sort of committee where the, okay.
That's a separate issue. I just want to make sure that the council is represented in the final time for There's a lot of discussion, for example, a little thing about the playground in the north and how much Ford rubber there should be and where it should be. And we made decisions on it, and prices were figured out. Those things were not documented in any written document. There are many things like that. And you should have people who were part of those discussions and others who want to ask them. I'm not.
And those are excellent points, and I heard the mayor indicate that he wanted the entire council to receive that information. So I'll be pursuing that with the borough administration and getting that to the entire council as requested.
Could I just say,
Borough administration and the mayor and council.
Okay, but there's a meeting coming up. Okay, great. So I'd like to know when the meeting is, and
we're looking to schedule it for next week.
So my standing rule is I get invited to everything. I mean, I come to everything, so I have courtesy. I am the mayor, and I am the invitation. Well, no, there's other meetings. So,
but has anybody received, any borough representative on this dais, has anybody received any plans, visions, has anybody here received anything? Just asking. So if you're representing, if we are the borough representatives, then we should have information.
So it says it's on 25% done, and the presentation that when we voted on the plan to fix, that's what we had. We voted on the plan.
Do you have it? Do you
Have what?
have the 25%?
No, it's not done. He said it's working on it, it's like building,
and the meeting will be
building at 25%.
to discuss those points that tie in what the committee had requested and then fine tune it.
how about this? Send the documents to everyone in the governing body, invite everybody in the governing body. And the first 3 people who show up get to go. How's that?
I would do a special meeting.
I'm fine with that.
Not for me, but for all of you, you should want to know how one person on this council, I don't know if more do, knew about the 227 and not the rest.
Well, you point
I
that
can
out.
actually answer that question. Let me answer that question.
Can we answer that honestly, or?
One person from the council called me and asked me about what happened at that person, one person.
You have a duty to tell us.
No, I only
I
have,
don't even know you have a meeting.
not my case. You know I
She has a
have
duty too. I sent her 5 emails in
You knew
September
about
1st.
me on Judge Barrington.
I don't know why, Joe, but I sent Irene 5 emails in September 1.
Marinello's message is, that's the end of the meeting. We stood here and said it, and everybody heard it, so that's, so for how, if everybody didn't hear it, I don't know what.
And that might also be that, found out about it. I believe today. Yeah, I told him.
I know how to get on.
Okay, good. All
By the end of, I don't know how long it takes to move money, but get us some interest, please. Just get it all moved.
I've been working on that.
We have
I
other-
found out about it, and I can't do it overnight because I wasn't a signature on our account.
No, but
So
you
I have
still,
no authority to approve.
different issue, but you still know what we're earning. And all you have to tell us
That's why I
is-
went out to see where
Right,
I
but
could
we,
get better
but we
money.
should have moved it already, and then we have other bank accounts, but don't count on Connect One. they may not give us the
Not
best rate.
counting on anyone in particular.
So, but we need to move that money, because that's your $500,000.
It's a significant amount.
Yeah.
That's absolutely right.
You fire once and you earn some more interest,
I'm there.
you're good.
And 800 goes from 8 million to 30 million.
1,800 doing whatever the judge wants them to. Really bother.
I make a motion to close the meeting to the public.
Is there anybody else in the public? No. All right, I don't hear anybody. All right, motion was made, second, all in favor? All right. Yeah, we're about halfway through with our meeting.
Make a motion to accept the payment of bills.
So the payment of bills was, $598,781.96. Now, I think what the council should consider doing here is, because there's issues regarding the legal bills, you may want to, hold back on paying legal fees right now until you review it and approve them at the next meeting. But there are some double billing numbers that haven't been adjusted in there. Or you could approve them and then adjust in the next period. But honestly, like Ms. Dagger is right, we shouldn't be paying people to fight with us because they're not doing their job for us and then billing us for it. What a lovely world that is, right? Mr. Kachuba?
Yeah, I'd like to add some color to that. Because I've been on this council for a few years now. I'd like to, think that I was one of the people that tried to clean this place up. I've had lawyers come after me. Wasn't appreciated. And I certainly don't appreciate it because I may challenge our attorneys and I have every right to challenge them. You may not like what I have to say, but I don't see many arguments in your favor. And I'm referring specifically to Mr. Marinello, Mr. Lunch, Mr. Serenian. Many times I have asked questions, you just been ignored. Okay, fine. What I don't appreciate is when you're using borough money to come after me and put my name out in resolutions, bills, whatever it is, whatever the flavor of the day may be. What I really don't appreciate is, Glenn, when I was council president, that would have never happened under my watch. Never once did you ever try to rein these men in, and I don't like that. It really, really bothers me because you have no idea what I've been through, and I've been very supportive of you every time that you ran into issues, legal issues. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
I just say on that, I have no interest in double billing town. I have no idea if Mrs. Geiger's representation. I try to check my bills to make sure that they are not overlapping on things. I have my bills, and Laura can tell you that I told her from the beginning, my bills will always be Oprah ready. If you get an Oprah for my bill, you can just send it out. Because the bill is not going to be given you the things that need to be redacted from it. So I have no idea if I have offended anyone in the bill. We have a very difficult dynamic here.
I understand.
Okay, so when things like what happened on Monday occurred, where you sent an email out to the entire council and 3 attorneys.
That's right.
Right?
As I should.
And your issue was with my bill. You could have asked me, what's the story with this? Who is this firm? What is it? Well, let me finish.
All right, go ahead.
You could have done that.
I could have.
As you could have done that any time. In fact, the bill that you complained about, which had language in it that you didn't like, you voted to pay the bill. Now
that was a mistake. I don't think that hold on a second. I think that the record has been quite clear that I have always been against paying any of your bills. Well, if that happened, it was a mistake.
Well, you voted for them.
Well, I made a mistake. That's okay.
So my point is, I'm open to everyone. If you have a question about my bill, you just have to call me and ask. It doesn't need to be a massive 50 email day like it was on Monday when you sent that email. You and I actually had a pretty professional back and forth on Monday morning about the bill. I told you I would take your
I know.
I have consideration. But the rest of the day was filled with emails in my inbox asking if I get it. I'm gonna assume you want me to read it. I don't mean just you. Everybody sent them that day.
No, I took them out.
Well,
I didn't make a comment about don't drop people off. I took you guys out after I.
Okay, I didn't
make
think,
any-
so those I didn't see
Not
for, I didn't know.
Yeah, you didn't say that exactly.
But if,
There's a whole
if
slew
they
of other
come to
emails.
me, as they come to any attorney who ever represents you, they're gonna assume you want them to read the email. And so that email, and I think, David, you can probably attest to this, because I have said at many of the, agenda meetings, your legal fee bills are out of control. And some of it is within your control. You don't have to include me on every single thing. Now, if you're doing it because maybe you want to establish some attorney-client privilege so the email doesn't go out into the universe in an open request, that's what you're doing. I don't even know if it would be protected under that way. But the bottom line is, you have a lot of ability to control them. I've been the borough attorney in a lot of towns. I've never gone through the litany of email days that we have here 4 or 5 times a month, where there's just email after email after email. But I have partners, and those partners expect me to bill my client for the things that they've agreed to bill me to be paid for. They expect this bill to be paid because I did the work, and nobody's here to talk at all about whether or not I didn't do the work in the bill. And that's how lawyers get paid.
You have no idea, you don't include it. You have no idea.
Those emails-
No, we don't even know. I didn't know you were going to court last week until I find out that, I don't think you were to court, but there was a third reply that I wasn't aware of.
I don't have anything to do with the certified.
You showed up in court.
I just showed up.
Yeah, so what are you lawyers?
I didn't ask to go.
All you had to do is write, did you write a letter to Judge Curtis, to Judge Curtis?
No,
There might be a
I'm not-
misunderstanding here, I don't represent the borough in this matter. And it's not fair to the borough and its taxpayers that 3 lawyers sitting here.
I have
You got it.
Judge Barrington trying to get to the bottom of these Oprah questions.
You're not involved though.
I,
What value did you add?
well, you'll have to find out when we go. to
Nothing.
close session.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, let me just say, I'm, every one of you, I have an open door. You got a question? Ask it.
Your door's not open.
Come on and see.
It's not open.
Come on over.
Because
and
every
see.
time we ask you for something, it's obfuscation.
That's
right?
not true at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
Ask me tell me one thing you've asked for that I haven't given.
Nothing. Yeah, there's a lot of
Not a single
emails.
thing.
Look at all my emails from me to you.
Yeah.
You don't inform us.
There's no emails, Mayor, that I didn't inform you on anything. There's just not. I asked you to point them out.
Yeah. You know, you may not be double billing on your bill, but you're doing the same thing Wunsch is doing the same thing that Irene is
Yeah.
doing.
You're right.
Crazy.
Sometimes that happens. But on Monday, I bet you that cost you a lot of money because there were emails all day long with Mr. Wunsch, Mr. Serenian, and me, and none of us.
We don't
started
trust
that.
you. We
None
don't
of that
trust you.
started.
We don't trust you, so we have to ask you questions over and over, and then you start fighting with us because rather
I
than
had
telling
two questions. I answered both of them.
we don't trust you because you guys are political. You're not
No,
attorneys.
you said that from the very day
You're
I
not
walked
attorney.
into this room. You
You're not
never gave me a
attorney.
chance to be a borough attorney. You never did. You started the very first.
Well,
day
think
that
about
I
how you
walked
came in the first place.
I know how I came in. There were 5 council people who were Democrats and they voted me in.
All right, so you know what?
You already had done work before that. No,
This is why you're too much.
Before you were seated, you were doing things behind my back that I didn't find out until after you were hired, okay? You represent the borough. The borough is comprised of these people. You don't get to pick and choose who you like and who you don't like and who you want to represent. No. You have, as an attorney, we would think that you would have some minimum level of professionalism.
I think I did.
I don't think you did.
Well, I'd just like to add that, I mean, Ms. Geiger made a comment about, controlling our legal bills, and this is what Mr. Marinello was referring to, is not only when someone sends nonsensical emails to all the attorneys, but they demand a response in writing. And when they don't respond in writing, what do you think's gonna happen? The attorneys have to read the email and they have to respond. So if they're sent in, as Mr. Marinello is referring to, emails that have already been answered numerous times in writing, they have to answer again in writing. Otherwise, you come here, just like Councilman Katrubis mentioned. You know what? It doesn't matter what's on Joe's bill. He doesn't want to vote for the bill. It doesn't matter if he did the work or not.
But he didn't.
But he did do the work.
He didn't.
And like Councilman
Did my
Katrubis
question get answered?
mentioned, is that he doesn't want to vote for anything that Mr. Marinello does. That should be telling to all of you.
It is.
Because it
Did
doesn't
my
matter
question
what
get answered?
the attorneys don't do for us, he's gonna vote no, or even better, he's gonna abstain. So that's part of the problem, how we can't control. And when I kick people out to not violate OPMA, which when Tim was in the majority, we got reminded every day. And the other person that went after was Councilwoman and acting borough administrator, right? Carol McMorrow. So it wasn't only the people that Tim wants to say who went after him, okay? But Tim has a thing for wanting things in response. So when he sends, in writing, when he sends an email, that includes Joe and Al and Mr. Serenian, and then when he doesn't get an answer quick enough for him, he comes here and stands on his soapbox and says, you didn't reply, you didn't reply, you didn't reply. And when they tell him in verbally, he still berates them that he wants in writing.
You don't know that. None of that, none of what you just said is
100%
true. Not true. You don't even think you need some of the stuff that they, I don't even think that you ever read his bills. Okay, why did I catch it? And when I bring it to your attention, you come out with your pom-poms. Great job, great job. It's such a, thank you for having for great, thank you for everything.
They're going better than Cadwalader. You know what, his bill is 76% lower than Cadwalader.
Look.
And the increase only went up from 160 to 225, it's only a 36% increase, not a 70%.
Collectively,
So if we don't know how to do math, that's the bottom line, okay?
Collectively,
78% reduction from Cadwalader.
they're making it much more.
You wish.
Okay, so first of all, I think we beat this very well to death, almost. But I think that every council person should request the bills, and we should go over the bills in addition to the bill list, because if we look at the bills, we know more of what goes on. It's very easy to request the bills. You get them in an email. And we should look at them. And then we should also be very conscious that, okay, this was charged because of this email. I actually looked at the bills and I looked at my emails. And I was like, oh, I got charged for this email. But it was an exercise in my being a little bit more prudent and more selective as to who I email. But I think we can collectively, and that's what I was saying before. You have all the money in the world, you want to spend it all on the attorneys, you're going to email sloppily all over the place and complain and react and everything else, you're going to pay for it. So now we've cut our budget and we have an opportunity of saving, and everything that we do, whether it be checking the bills, sending an email, spending money here or there, we have an opportunity to change it and improve our practice as elected council people. So that's my thoughts on it, and I think that we should move ahead in a very positive way and have our eyes and ears open. Keep after the borough engineer. We make sure that our park is going to turn out the way we want it. Keep after our borough attorneys and move on. There's so many things that we can do.
So, okay, did I make a motion? We had a motion.
And I seconded it.
And you seconded down this road. And then we went down the road and we had discussion. And I assume everybody's all finished discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's have a vote.
Member Valari?
Is this the payment for bills? Bills? Okay.
It's, I'm sorry, $598,781.96.
I'm abstaining on that.
Member Katrubis?
Everything except Serenian, Lunch, Mr. Marinello, because I had asked you specific questions, never been answered. We can talk about that in public if you like.
I asked you in public once before. I don't want to interrupt the vote.
You don't have to. You just did.
Let's start with Mr. Lunch's communications with 800.
We're not doing that now.
Okay.
I don't have anything to do.
Let's start. Yeah.
I don't have anything to do.
Yeah, hold on a second, please. Mr. Valari voted no or yes?
Mr. Katrubis, you're voting yes minus the 3 attorneys. Member Kim?
Yes.
Council President Luciano? Member Simon?
Yes.
Member Di Gregorio?
Yes, but someone had said before that we should, if there's double billing, that we should, look at it for next.
Well,
we're done with it.
Okay, because then we should get out that and,
It's double,
deduct it from the next.
it's double billing and warfare with the governing body. We're not paying for that.
Well, you gotta pay for it.
No, we don't have to pay for it.
So then in writing, you have.
They could ask a question and answer a question, but they don't have to fight with us.
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
So on
presented.
the consent agenda, I had a question on 23 to 191. There was no individual mentioned for 32 Priscilla. I think that should be disclosed always. I'm not sure why it wasn't.
I believe you provided, all public departments on the review.
It should be in the agenda. We've been doing it for a year. I've not been for a year. We want to know who the ultimate beneficial owners are. The corporation or all.
Give me 1 second, I'll tell you who they are.
Hey, look, it looks on the homeowner. And Mr. Stragan did the same here.
Where?
In your email.
So we can keep going though. If we check and it's not going to change anything. All right, we had a consent motion. Is there a second? Okay, any discussion? Mr. Marinello is checking 191.
Listed as a homeowner.
Go ahead and do a roll call.
Member Solari?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
This installation of a fence for homeless agreement 32 Priscilla Lane.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Okay. Yeah,
Should be fine, but,
Yeah.
we're fine all of it.
Member Katurbis?
Just quickly, clarification on 192, approval of developers agreement for 85 Charlotte Place. Do we have,
That's the public service contract.
with Charlotte, that was presented by the planning board attorney and then reviewed by the borough attorney and everybody.
okay, so what is it?
It's from when the planning board approved it, there was a planning board.
But what
application.
what was it that they approved?
The building of a structure on that site. When
Okay.
they're finished with all the work, there's gonna be a building, so the planning board
This is the,
dealt with the side yard, the rear yard, and all the
You can have
structural
an email
details.
to PSE&G about.
this is
But
the,
the public service has now put a wall somewhere where I don't think it was in the original approval.
It's temporary to protect the bank.
Yeah, no, they seem to be doing everything within code, but the ultimate goal here is that they do all the upgrade and then there's going to be a building housing the upgrade. So it's actually looks better than a building.
Yeah.
but
That's what
this
it does.
is this for the temporary building that they're putting up on the street?
No, this is for the permanent building.
This is for the permanent building.
Permanent building, and
No.
they've been waiting for this, there was a delay, because the planning board attorney was not around most of the summer. He's back, he did what he had to do, so now the public service has reviewed their end, they've signed it from what I understand, Joe. And they've approved it on their end, so it's finding truth on our side.
No,
You actually had already approved it.
Okay.
In the previous meeting.
Okay.
okay,
However, there was some amendment, small ones, like the notice go to,
Okay.
that required a new change.
according to the questions that I got answered by the FCNG, they are going to be doing something with the DPW. And I did ask, if there's, the previous administrators were dealing with PSCNG and then,
I do, I'm doing it as well.
no, but previous, because when the PSC first approached us,
Right.
there was negotiations going on. And there was then a change in the administrators. And it seems as though we have lost quite a bit. We could have negotiated possibly even a new DPW building for us. That at the time, when the DPW building was replaced, and I did ask some questions that led into that area. I think that we could possibly draw more out from PSC&G than we have already, because the $6,000 a month rental for the end of the street is kind of like a bargain. But I do think that we should get in a dialogue and to see what is upcoming and how we can maybe even get a little bit more out of them.
Also paid us for almost a year of relief, but they never did anything on the street as well.
I still think that PSC&G they're doing an upgrade, but if there is a chance that they can do a little bit more for the town, we'd be foolish not to take advantage of it one way or another.
That's true, but this development agreement has nothing to do with what.
That's fine, and I'm gonna vote for it, and I've got clarification, and thank you.
We can approach PSC&G and get a
Good, all right, good.
Mayor, the homeowners are June and Jim ROH.
Well,
Members,
Well,
members Petrusas?
this is for the consent?
Yes.
Yeah, well.
Member Kim?
Yes.
Council President Luciano?
Aye.
Member Simon?
Yes,
Member Di Gregorio?
Yes,
Okay, introduction of ordinance 23-06.
I make that
An
motion.
ordinance to vacate portion of Pennington Street. This is in connection, this is in connection with the affordable housing redevelopment in Hudson County. Part of Pennington is getting shut down.
second,
This is just for introduction, so,
I just have to make comment. Yes. Ms. Stern, could you please, I know that when we met with the Micro Group, they had said that there was a lead time for disconnection of services, could take a few months. Can we please reach out to PSC&G, whoever your connection is, and ask them to remove all gas power to the two buildings, three buildings, well, maybe the last one, I think they said we could wait until the end.
Wanted to wait, yes.
That was discussion.
I hope we
So the people,
put them together.
we have a transfer title to them. They suggested that we request it until this gets turned over to them. But at least the Lions Club and the flooded out vacant office building that we purchased next door. This way, when they do get the turnover, they can start right away with demolition and don't have to wait 3 months for them to come and disconnect power.
Oh, from Michael, see if it's already connected with them about that.
Okay, I just wanted, but they mentioned us, if we make it, since they haven't taken ownership of it, I just wanted to add that to it too, so thank you, sir. We have it all.
Member Valari?
They're okay.
Member Petrusas?
Staying.
Member Kim?
Yes.
Council President Luciano? Member Simon?
Yes,
Member Di Gregorio?
yes,
and, number 16, adoption of ordinance.
I'm sorry. The details. We have to announce that the public hearing on the ordinance will be in the mayor and council meeting scheduled for October.
The public hearing on ordinance 2306 on October 11th. Thank you, Mr. Moreno. 23-05, or an ordinance replacing ordinance 2023-02, fixing the range of salaries and compensation for salaried, appointed, and elected officers.
Motion open to the public on this ordinance of the ordinance on.
second,
In favor?
Aye.
Aye. But by the way, I noticed here in this ordinance, we don't have cap for new hires, for increases and also for longevity. In the past, we always had like a footnote, in the salary ordinance. And I'm not sure how that gets interpreted here, since, a lot of the increases in longevity don't apply to certain people, right? The new hires.
and it really has, I mean, longevity, we don't have longevity for most people anymore. Or new hires, they have to, I don't remember exactly what they
Right,
are not
exactly.
eligible. Well, I mean, I don't know it right off the top of my head, but nobody new that's been hired in the last year is eligible for longevity.
Right,
anymore.
so we used to always make that point clear in the salary ordinance. So it's
I've
not
never
here.
dealt
I
with
don't,
longevity in.
that's how I recall it. But. All right, anyone from the public wishing to be heard? Yeah.
Karen Geiger, 270 Osprey, I'm going to be very quick. I made the comments last time, and I have the same ones now. I don't understand the purpose of a salary ordinance that has positions that we have not filled in years, still appearing upon it. When you as a council saying that you can fill these positions that are sitting here, like the assistant CFO treasurer from $60,000 to $75,000 a year, which is more than the CFO. Why is it there? I don't understand.
That person was technically the person who just resigned from the position and will be filled with a new person.
Excuse me, somebody, you're filling the position of the assistant making more than the CFO.
It's
CFO is
a
part-time.
part-time position.
That position is
That's the position that has,
a full-time position.
that's the position that has no hours specified in the resolution when you're going to make this one.
CFO is.
I know exactly what it is and what the salary is and the extra salary that is added to it for other duties. And, I also have a problem on this with the mayor, 35, the council giving a little increase, everything.
3,500, not 35,000.
I know.
Please. I run for reelection if that was.
Our administrator, 125. I mean, when has the council
350 got me.
discussed
350, I'm in.
maximums for these positions? I'm not concerned about the people who work on a day-to-day basis and it's the maximum minimum are up to $2,000. But why are we putting in a maximum for the mayor, not just because there is the first one, that exceeds what the mayor has ever gotten? The same with the council people. 2,500 is all you've ever gotten paid. It used to be 2,000, I believe, years ago. But it's.
I think we should just get rid of, governing body salaries altogether.
I agree
stipends,
with that.
whatever we
I
call
think you should be volunteering, Michael.
We are kind of volunteering. Just for the public, it's 3,000 for mayor right now and 2,000.
Yeah, I go on. And do they get pizza? I don't know.
We get to be the priority.
Having another maximum. The deputy borough clerk also. Everybody has a maximum that doesn't deal with the reality of what's there. Because
That's why
it
you
might,
have them so people can
and what?
move up if they have to. There isn't a town that I know of that doesn't have
And
a
there's, that may be, I looked at a lot of them, and they don't have a size. If you, I'm not going to argue with it. I'm saying it sends the wrong message to the people in this town. Where you're saying that a maximum is not controlled by the council, but is sitting here as something that is legitimized by picking numbers out of the hat.
I agree.
I'm sorry.
It will be controlled by the council because they have to come back to us to approve the
Do
hire.
you?
And what it does prevent is us having to go out for advertisement to add an increase to somebody if they deserve it, like we had last year. So it just is a range that we are able to hire.
You can tell, if you are, if you are giving an employee an increase in this small town, I think the people want to know about it.
It will come to the council, like it did
And
last year.
then, if it comes to the council, when you're doing that, you can amend the salary ordinance.
But then you have to go out and advertise.
Then
Then you have to go out and advertise.
Every,
Then you have to go out and
you
advertise.
always do it retroactively.
But then you have to go out and advertise.
Yes, you
More
advertise.
expensive.
Really, it's really expensive. I'm not
Doesn't
gonna
matter.
argue, what,
If you want us to
$40?
say it, I'd look at things, but the way we can say.
Are you giving yourself an increase?
No.
Are you giving the mayor an increase?
No.
No.
So then why put it in here? And that's indicative of everything else.
Yeah, she got an increase.
Got Garofalo, we got everybody. Everybody.
Most of the floor meeting.
Yeah.
Hold on, is there anybody from the public?
We're not voting on this, salary ordinance?
Yes, we are.
Can I motion to close
Oh, sure, yeah.
I'll make the motion. All right, all in favor? All right, so the public portion is closed, now I need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second,
I'll let somebody else do it.
I don't know about,
There you go.
Mr. 10 seconds. Any discussion?
Yeah, I think it's definitely something.
But there's certain line items here that, can I have the floor? Yeah. There's certain line items here. I don't want to point them out publicly, but I know this list needs some work. I'm just saying, I mean, I think that it would be a mistake to, go forward with this at this point.
So between introduction and today, for the final reading, did you make that aware that your concerns aware to anybody except for bringing it up tonight?
Well, I'm bringing it up tonight.
But you had a whole month.
I think the range is
with anybody.
Yeah, but I think my
That's
position
what I
was
thought.
clear. No, my
That's what I
position was
thought.
clear the last time, and, you're free to call me.
What am I gonna call you for?
Oh, don't call me the council president.
Well, I didn't do the ordinance.
So I don't have to give it.
The issue is that,
If you need my vote, you can call
I don't
me.
need your vote. The people need you to vote and act like you're an elected official, instead of acting like
I
the way you
was.
act.
sir.
All right, let's take the issue, guys.
Okay, are we gonna take a vote?
Just take a vote.
Take the phone.
Well, we have a.
Wait 1 second. You said you had objections to certain.
Yeah, let's go to mine.
Can you?
Sure, I'll be happy to sit with you in a closed door environment. We can talk it over.
So you had a month to raise the issue.
All right.
You're the council president, Glenn. You're in charge here, sir, okay?
I'm not in charge. The mayor's in charge.
Say whatever you like.
I just said, all right, you had a month to say something, you said nothing.
I've said plenty, you know that.
Member Valori,
See, this is where.
Ernie really wanna go. The hot road is closing.
Member Katrubis,
Where we going?
No.
Member Kim, Council President Luciano, Member Simon,
Yes, but with the caveat, I want to speak to Councilman Petruvis and find out what he objects to.
It doesn't matter if you pass it.
Member Di Gregorio.
That's what you should have said to Councilman Petruvis.
We'll do it afterwards. First, we're gonna vote for it, then we'll discuss.
So that's sort of like not mentioning anything for a month and coming here and complaining about something.
All right,
You're gonna have to discuss it, it's not gonna pass.
Member Di Gregorio,
No.
okay.
Mayor
I get to work, Glenn.
I don't need to get to work.
When you have a tie, I get to vote. I get to vote. I get to vote.
Good.
You're the one that voted, you're the one that voted, don't come this. You're the ones that have to look at the people that work here and tell them they're not working. Not me.
No, I don't think this is, the message that anyone is sending by a yes vote or a no vote.
Okay.
And I'm a no vote, by the way.
I didn't really want to interfere, but they did say the last time, the ordinance that you adopted at a previous meeting was incorrect. Because people were already making money that I put into this. And they were also due for possibly a 3% raise and possibly longevity was going to go up. So I was only covering what we already had. The other ordinance was incorrect. It had the amounts that were listed were not reflective of what the person was earning. So anything that looked high in any of these, for the most part, was only that I adjusted it for the person is earning, with the possibility that they might get a 2% raise going forward. So you don't have to keep doing this ordinance every few months. These are supposed to be done like once every other year, unless something really significant happens, where you have to make changes. So there's nothing.
You can tell the people that are making, that Tim and David and Marilyn and Laura and Mayor already know that they can't make that money.
I think the spreads are way too wide.
That's all.
The spreads.
Tim will need to call. Call up the people and tell them that they're not making what they should be making.
That's not the argument. That's your argument, Glenn. That's not my argument.
You can spin it however you want. I need a motion to go to closed
And that's the
session.
problem, getting this and out of the problem.
All in favor, go to closed session, and the board is gonna read into the record what we need to do.
Is there a possibility that we might take any kind of action after we come out of close? If you have people from the public that may or may not want to stay.
I can't foreclose that possibility.
Okay.
So let me,
No, I just wanted-
it'll be up to you guys when you're here.
I think that was
Stop the recording.
Sorry, thank you.
Good night, all. Good night, be well.
Where's my recording?